Please welcome Permanent Chair of the 2024 Democratic National Convention, Mignon Moore, and Chair of the Democratic National Committee, Jamie Harrison.
Hello, everyone. I am Mignon Moore, Permanent Chair of the Democratic National Committee. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to my hometown, Chicago. This convention is a celebration of our hard work and accomplishments and of the American spirit that makes this party and our country great. That's the spirit President Biden reignited when he told us we were in the battle for the soul of our nation. Throughout his term, he has brought us together and revived our country and our country's soul. And last month, in a true act of patriotism, he passed the torch to the next generation and the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. As convention chair, I may appoint officers to assist in the conduct of our proceedings. It is my honor to announce the following convention officers. Assisting as co-chairs are Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, Mayor Mitch Landrieu, Senator Cory Booker, and Congresswoman Veronica Escobar. Our convention parliamentarians will be former House Majority Whip Steny Hoyer, Broderick Johnson, and DNC parliamentary Helen McFadden. Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist, Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo, and Congressman Ted Lieu will serve as Sergeant at Arms. Louis Terrell will serve as our book doorkeeper, and Congresswoman Barbara Lee will serve as our timekeeper. I'd now like to turn it over to my friend, Chairman Harrison.
Thank you, Mignon. Hello, Democrats. The Democratic Party is 196 years old. It's the oldest active political party in the world. Every person here is a part of a movement that brings America closer to our goal of a more perfect union. And every convention is a moment. It's a moment that contributes to our movement. It's moments like 60 years ago, when Fannie Lou Hamer told the shocking story of the racist brutality she suffered simply for registering to vote. Or 52 years ago, when Shirley Chisholm ran a historic race for the presidential nomination. Or 40 years ago, when a round-headed boy from South Carolina, the same before you today, watched Reverend Jesse Jackson challenge America to hope and to dream. Folks, all of these moments led us to this transformational moment, when a black convention chair and a black DNC chair lead us in nominating a black and AAPI woman to be the next President of the United States. Folks, this is because the Democratic Party is and always will be for the people, for our future. We are honored to be a part of American history as we gavel in this convention and celebrate this historic nomination. I would like to thank the incredible workers at this year's convention, the convention staff led by the amazing Alex Hornbrook, and our convention chair, Mignon Moore, and my amazing staff at the DNC. You quite literally set the stage for us today, and we wouldn't be here without all of you. We hereby call the in-person portion of the 49th Quadrennial Democratic National Convention to order.
Please stand if you are able for this evening's invocation offered by Cardinal Blaise Joseph Cupich, Archbishop of Chicago.
Let us pray. We praise you, O God of all creation. Quicken in us a resolve to protect your handiwork. You are the source of every blessing that graces our lives and our nation. We pray that you help us to truly understand and answer the sacred call of citizenship. We are a nation composed of every people and culture, united not by ties of blood, but by the profound aspirations of life and freedom, justice and unbound hope. These aspirations are why our forebears saw America as a beacon of hope. And with your steady guidance, Lord, may we remain so today. In every generation, we are called to renew these aspirations, to reweave the fabric of America. We do so when we live out the virtues that dwell in our hearts, but also when we confront our failures to root out ongoing injustices in our national life, especially those created by moral blindness and fear of the other. We pray for peace, especially for people suffering the senselessness of war. But as we pray, we must also act. For building up the common good takes work, it takes love. And so we pray, may our nation become more fully a builder of peace in our wounded world with the courage to imagine and pursue a loving future together. And may we as individual Americans become more fully the instrument of God's peace. Guide us, Lord, in taking up our responsibility to forge this new chapter of our nation's history. Let it be rooted in the recognition that for us, as for every generation, unity triumphing over division is what advances human dignity and liberty. Let it be propelled by the women and men elected to serve in public life who know that service is the mark of true leadership. And let this new chapter of our nation's history be filled with overwhelming hope, a hope that refuses to narrow our national vision, but rather, as Pope Francis has said, to dream dreams and see visions of what, by your grace, our world can become. We ask all of this, trusting in your ever-provident care for us. Amen.
Please welcome Prairie Band Potawatomi, Nation Tribal Council Vice Chair Zach Pamami, and Secretary Lori Melchior.
Here we are together on our ancestral homelands of the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation and our sister Potawatomi nations. We also honor the spirit of the other tribal nations who traveled westward to this beautiful area. Welcome, 2024 Democratic National Convention, to our homelands. This land has and always will carry enormous importance to its original stewards, our ancestors, and our present-day communities. I am Vice Chairman of the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation, joined by Secretary Lori Melchior, and our nation's tribal council, who are also with us in the audience. From time immemorial, our ancestors lived in the Great Lakes region. However, in 1849, an illegal auction by the U.S. government forcibly removed our tribe from our homeland. Since then, we have been working to reclaim it. Finally, this year, the Department of the Interior placed some of our ancestral lands west of Chicago into a trust. Thanks to the resolve of our tribal community and the Biden-Harris administration, we reclaimed a piece of our home. We became the only federally recognized tribal nation in Illinois in 175 years. Together, in our homelands, let's have a joyful, historic convention. Blessings to you all. Miigwech.
Please remain standing for the presentation of colors by the Illinois State Police Honor Guard.
Attention. Kerr, Coons. Forward, march. Left. 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 Colors. Colors turn.
Please welcome William and Charles Harrison from South Carolina to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please welcome the Soul Children of Chicago to sing our national anthem.
The
Right. Peace. Forward. Forward.
Please welcome Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson.
Welcome to the greatest city in the world, Chicago, where Ida B. Wells and Jane Addams organized to deliver real transformative change across this country. Chicago, where Reverend Jesse Jackson united people from all different backgrounds to keep hope alive. And to a community organizer on the south side of Chicago, Barack Obama rose to the White House reminding us that yes, we can. And now Chicago, this city of hard work and caring people, is where Democrats will celebrate President Joe Biden and nominate Kamala Harris for President of the United States of America. As the son of a family that worked to make ends meet, I know that Kamala Harris, the daughter of a mom who worked hard every single day, she is going to look out for the interest of everyday people. I know that as a fellow former social studies teacher, that Governor Tim Walz will never shrink from standing up for our democracy and for those most in need. And as a black man, raising a little black girl on the west side of Chicago, I know that my daughter Brayden will see not only a reflection of herself in the White House, but she will experience the deepest part of American values. Think about it. What will it take to build the middle class and make it easier for families not only to get by, but to get ahead? It will take someone with toughness to stand up for us. And let me tell you, America, Kamala's got it. What will it take to defend our fundamental rights and our freedoms? It will take someone with leadership who would fight for us. And let me tell you, America, leadership, Kamala, she's got it. And what will it take to defeat MAGA Republicans and move our country forward and not backwards? It will take everyone, and let me tell you all, Kamala, she's got us. From Mississippi to Pennsylvania to Delaware, Kamala Harris, she's got us. From Michigan to Wisconsin to Nevada to California and right here in Illinois, Kamala Harris, she's got us. To the child care workers, to the tip workers, Kamala Harris, she's got us. And to make sure that this country ensures that families will have access to real affordable housing, to create a pathway to the American dream, Kamala Harris, she's got us. Together we can build a better, brighter future. And there's no better place to start that than right here in the greatest freaking city in the world, the city of Chicago. God bless you all. Thank you.
This is our town. We've got steel in our spines, iron in our veins, and hope in our hearts. We've got the flavor, the guts, the grit, and those big shoulders you've heard so much about. We're a bold city, a proud city, a who you callin' second city, where 77 neighborhoods are one. A city of giants, a city with heart, a city with heroes, a sweet, sweet place to call home. We were born ready, baptized by fire, tireless, tenacious, tested, trusted. And like someone else we know, when we fight, we win. We're ready to rise to the challenge, to rise to new heights. Rise, rise, rise. Up, up, and away we go. We're ready to scrape the sky and reach for the stars, to stand tall for tomorrow, to witness greatness. We ain't going back. We've got big things to do, big shoes to fill, big dreams to realize. We ain't afraid of nothing. No nonsense, no fear. Oh yeah, we're ready. So America, welcome to Chicago. We've got our dancing shoes on. We've got our game faces on. America, we look like you, sound like you, work like you, dream like you. We feel you, America. We see you, America. Hey, make some noise so we can hear you, America. Welcome to Chicago.
Hello, my friends. My fellow Democrats, I started my journey to this stage in 1988. I was 12 years old, and my family was watching the Democratic National Convention. Now, to be honest, I wanted to watch something else. But we all knew when my grandfather sat in his chair, the TV was his. But folks, when Reverend Jackson came on, I paid attention. A black man from South Carolina, raised by a single mother. That was me. And as long as I live, I will never forget what he said. He challenged young people to hope and to dream. So that's exactly what I did. I dreamed big, I worked hard, and I never lost hope. When our power was cut off, when there was nothing in the fridge, when we lost our home to a con man, I never lost hope. And now, my friends, I'm standing on the same convention stage that inspired me. And I'm the chair of the Democratic Party, the world's oldest political party. Folks, only in America. And that's the beautiful thing about this country that I love so much. Hope and hard work can take you anywhere. You can go to college, you can start your own business, you can even win the Olympics. That's the America Democrats believe in, and that's the America Democrats are fighting for. So 4 years ago, my friends, we were a country divided by fear, and we were stuck under a man who preached bigotry and hatred. Hope was lost. But my friends, we found hope in President Biden and Vice President Harris, and the 80 million Americans who stood by their side. And now we are united. We're united in our pursuit of progress. Because, my friends, they saw us. They fought for us. They heard us. And under their transformational leadership, we have forgiven billions in student loans. We have expanded access to health care, and we have strengthened the middle class. But the fight continues, and there is still more work to do. You know, I know that when we elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, they will build on our accomplishments, and they will create a country that works for every American. They will invest in our dreams and our futures, and hope will light our path forward. They will lead us in the fight for America, and believe me, when we fight, we win. And folks, we can never forget who we are fighting for. This election is about Americans who are watching right now, wondering who's going to finally pave that dirt road, or make it easier to feed their family, or get medical bills under control. This election is about those who believe anybody can achieve their dreams if they work hard and trust in the endless possibilities of America. This election is about communities who need to see that hope and joy will always overcome fear and chaos. This election is about every little boy inspired by a party chair who looks like him, and every little girl who will finally see a president.
I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation.
Join me in welcoming the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Tim and I have a message for Trump and others who want to turn back the clock on our fundamental freedoms. We're not going back. I will proudly put my record against his every day of the week. Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win.
It's the first night of the 2024 Democratic National Convention in Chicago, kicking off 4 nights that will build up to Kamala Harris formally accepting the Democratic nomination for president. But tonight, the focus is on President Joe Biden. He is the key speaker, and he will pass the torch to his vice president. Welcome to live coverage in the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey, broadcasting from Chicago's United Center. With me tonight, senior political correspondent Rhonda Colvin and editorial writer and columnist James Hohmann. While President Joe Biden quickly endorsed Kamala Harris after he dropped out of the race last month, and now he will use the platform of the United Center stage to rally Americans to vote for her. Also speaking tonight, Hillary Clinton, who had hoped to become the first woman president when she ran in 2016. We'll also hear from Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Kentucky's governor, Senator Raphael Warnock. It all leads up to First Lady Jill Biden and then Joe Biden capping off the night. James, what does this moment mean for Democrats?
Tonight, the world's oldest political party will hear from America's oldest president as he bids farewell. For all intents and purposes, tonight is the end of Joe Biden's political career. He's been at every Democratic convention since he ran for Senate as a 29-year-old in 1972. He missed 1988 because he had some health issues, was recovering from a brain aneurysm. He has devoted his life to this political party, and he made, reluctantly, the selfless decision to step aside. He had the delegates. He could have been the nominee, but he stepped aside because he realized that he wouldn't be able to beat Donald Trump. And so tonight he's going to pass the torch, and we're going to see a turning of the page. Whatever, cliche you want to use, this is the end of an old generation and the beginning of the next generation.
Why have him speak tonight, Rhonda? Because we won't see Joe Biden. We won't see the Biden family after tonight. He truly leaves the room after this.
It is really about passing the baton to kickstart this entire week with, the standard bearer right now, who is Joe Biden, who made this moment possible, who made the momentum that Democrats feel they have right now possible. I spent some time on the floor as the delegates were arriving about an hour ago, and I spoke to the chair of the South Carolina Democratic Party. That was the state pretty pivotal to Joe Biden and his candidacy in 2020. I asked, are you looking forward to his speech? They have a lot of, big names, household names on tonight. And she said, yes, that's exactly what I'm looking for. This is his moment to get his flowers, she said. She pointed out and reminded me that Joe Biden did not get a convention, a conventional convention. Mm-hmm. It was a virtual convention. So this is a moment for him as well. And this is sort of capping off a long career that, extends the U.S. Senate. He was vice president, of course, and now the presidency. And a lot of Democrats are feeling like they really owe him the party right now and the party Party's odds at going up against Trump. So that is not lost on the group of people who are in this arena tonight. There has been a lot of talk about how the Democratic Party may have been divided on who should run. But right now they're really unified in wanting to hear from Joe Biden tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it really is remarkable to think how quickly this has all happened, because just 2 months ago, or even if you want to go more recently than that, at the Republican National Convention, it almost seems like a lifetime ago, but Donald Trump had just survived an assassination attempt. The Republican Party had so much confidence, so much wind at their backs, and the Democrats were very concerned about Joe Biden's ability to win, to even run. And there was a fear that if he did say, I'm not going to run, who would fill the vacuum and the void? How did Kamala Harris do that, James?
Joe Biden forcefully endorsed her, and no one was willing to run against Kamala Harris.
I mean, he really did it right away.
Quickly,
it was a paper announcement,
minutes.
And then 30 minutes after, it was an announcement saying, and this is who I'm putting my support to.
And the Democratic establishment was terrified that the narrative here would be that this was just like the 1968 convention in Chicago, that, we're here at the United Center. The storyline would be that it was a divided party. And instead, no one wanted to take on Kamala Harris. They didn't want weeks and weeks of infighting and a race to the left like we saw in 2019 and 2020. And ultimately, it's a testament to how much stronger the Democratic Party establishment is compared to the Republicans. I think there's a lot of Republican establishment figures who would have loved to push Donald Trump aside, but they don't have the power anymore. But here, Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama, Chuck Schumer, they still have the ability to decide who's going to be their nominee, and they made it pretty clear they wanted it to be Kamala Harris.
Tell us about what else to expect tonight, Rhonda, and who you'll be listening for.
Well, as you said in the intro, you have Hillary Clinton. That's going to be a moment as well that a lot of people are looking forward to. You also have members of the newer wing or the younger wing and the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. AOC, as well as Jasmine Crockett, is on the stage. They're also showing how diverse this party is. We are also going to hear from Jill Biden, the First Lady. And we have to remember that this decision likely included her. We know that Biden really wants to hear from his family when he makes decisions. He had that family meeting before he announced that he would not run again. So we're going to hear from the First Lady, I believe, for the first time since Biden dropped out of the race. So this is a big moment. I really think from what I've heard from Democrats, they gave a press briefing earlier this morning. They want this to be a celebration night, a celebration of Biden. They're going to talk about how he led the nation through COVID, some of the legislative achievements. They're really going to celebrate him in the term that he did have, and also talk about his legacy and what that means to the Democratic Party.
All right. Well, let's go to Washington and our colleague JM Rieger, senior video journalist. JM, one of the bits of housekeeping of these conventions is for the party to adopt a platform. And so I'm eager to hear from you about the Democratic platform. What does the party say it stands for? And how much does it reflect Kamala Harris, JM?
So the Democrats put out this platform Sunday night, last night, and it was unchanged from a draft platform that they'd put out in July. In fact, there's 287 references to President Biden in the platform, only 32 to Kamala Harris. And that's even less than the number of references to Trump, 150 that are in the platform. So this is very much sort of tying to the Biden policies, but this is sort of the tightrope that Kamala Harris has found herself in, that she's had to walk here, which is finding a way to tie herself to the accomplishments, in her eyes and Democrats' eyes, of the Biden administration, while simultaneously carving out a new path for herself, saying how she would govern, how she would be different in a second term, or in a Harris first term, I should say.
JM, so the party did not pivot and alter their platform. They had it worked out. Even though it gets voted on this week, they didn't alter it and change it much to reflect the fact that they have a new nominee. We'll still see the name of Joe Biden in there a lot. How is Kamala Harris making her mark on the party? What sort of stances is she taking that set her apart?
Yeah, let's just look at economic policy, where we have some of the clearest differentiators so far, because a reminder to our viewers, Harris has not talked a lot about policies, a lot about kind of differentiating herself yet from what the Biden-Harris administration have been doing. She's talked about things like reproductive health, things like climate change, things you would expect Democrats to talk about. But in terms of specific policies she would like to see enacted that are different from what the Biden-Harris administration has enacted, things have been light. But we got a little bit of a glimpse on Friday, so I just want to walk through a couple of the things that we heard in this speech that she gave down in North Carolina done on Friday, laying out some of her economic agenda in what would be her first term in January. One is talking about this idea of credits, tax credits for families in the first year of a child. She's outlined more than doubling or roughly doubling what's in the Democratic platform, the DNC platform, in terms of child tax credits, in terms of an earned income tax credit. She's also talked about very much boosting, I should say, the homeowners tax credit for first-time home buyers. And the Democratic platform talks about giving first-time home buyers a $10,000 tax credit. Harris on Friday said that she wanted to see that at $25,000. And one other thing that we've heard a lot of coverage about and economists have weighed in on is this idea of a federal price gouging ban on food prices, on grocery prices. One thing we should note here, Libby, is that all of these, in all likelihood, would require action from Congress. It's unlikely she would be able to do much unilaterally. But the fact that this is the direction she's taking is notable. And the last thing I'll say, Libby, that's notable about all this is that she's talking about these sort of populist economic ideas with sort of a conservative lens or a wrapping paper almost on them, if you will. She's talking a lot about individual freedom. She's talking about economic prosperity, the right to grow economically. Those are terms that we usually hear conservatives and Republicans talk about on the campaign trail. So the fact that she has sort of tied herself and used that language to sort of soften the blow of these more progressive, populist economic policies is notable. It could give us a hint of what may be to come in the days, weeks, months ahead here, as we're in really a compressed time frame here till November. Libby?
Yeah, it's fascinating insight. Thank you so much, JM. Well, Rich Matthews is live here in the United Center. We go to him now. Rich, what can we expect here in Chicago tonight?
Well, Libby, I've been reading some of the speeches that we'll hear tonight. Now, they're embargoed until they're given, so obviously I can't go into details. But the theme tonight is for the people. And we will hear over and over tonight how Democrats care about the American dream, that first-time home buyer, the family struggling to pay for college, the blue-collar worker. Speakers on the stage behind me will try to paint Donald Trump as a man who only cares about himself and his rich friends, while saying that President Biden and Kamala Harris care about the people. You will hear that over and over. Now, who can tell that story the best? Union leaders. And there's a whole slew of them up early on this evening. Most interestingly, at least to me, UAW President Shawn Fain. I say most interesting because Fain has actually been a fairly vocal critic of the Biden-Harris administration, specifically when talking about their push for more EVs. However, he and the UAW still endorsed Biden and now Harris. That has upset former President Trump, who, if you remember, Libby, just a month ago in his acceptance speech in Milwaukee, Trump actually called for Fain to be fired. And since then, the two men have traded barbs several times. So, again, it will be very interesting to listen to his speech and see how fiery it is. As usual, you'll see a host of congressional Democrats, leaders, and then former Senator, former First Lady, and one-time presidential frontrunner Hillary Clinton speaking. But as Rhonda mentioned just a moment ago, it does all lead up to the Bidens. Up first, Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady. Then their daughter, Ashley Biden, will introduce her father. Ashley, a social worker and well-known activist. And then again, that speech from President Joe Biden, just a month ago, most of us thought that we would be hearing from him on Thursday night. Quite interesting that he's a Monday night speaker now. Libby?
All right, thanks so much, Rich. What we're gearing up for in just a moment is a tribute to Jesse Jackson. And that'll be something that we'll be watching on the floor. Just to give people a sense of what's happening, it's not crowded in here yet because this is just night one of the convention. And there's always a build. There's always the stadium, the arena filling up. We certainly saw that at the RNC. We've seen it in conventions past. But there are these poignant moments where people from the past are going to be honored. And in a moment, this is that pass the torch night. And this is also one of these pass the torch moments as they honor Reverend Jesse Jackson. What does it mean to have him here tonight, James?
It's huge because the Rainbow Push Coalition was founded here in Chicago. Jesse Jackson, of course, was standing next to Martin Luther King Jr. when he was assassinated in Memphis. And he was the first really serious, credible African-American candidate for president. And tomorrow we're going to hear from Barack Obama. And I think part of building up the crescendo of the week is that, even Hillary Clinton tonight, she didn't break the glass ceiling, but as she put it in 2008 when she lost to Barack Obama in the primaries, there are 18 million cracks in that glass ceiling. And so I think, you could argue that Kamala Harris is really climbing on the shoulders of Jesse Jackson, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and that's part of what we're seeing. And there is kind of a backward-looking element to Monday night, but it shows you that the rich history of this party. There was a lot of efforts at the Republican convention to show a diverse party. Here they have a very diverse history.
Reverend Jesse Jackson having a moment of great applause. Of course, he is there with Reverend Al Sharpton, also Reverend Jonathan Jackson. So this is a moment here to recognize and honor him. James, you were just telling us about Reverend Jackson.
Yeah, Reverend Jackson has, he has been suffering from Parkinson's for a while now, and it's really taken a very strong toll. He was most recently really out there in 2020. I actually remember at the last rally I went to before COVID shut everything down, Jesse Jackson was stumping with Bernie Sanders in Michigan, and really represents sort of the left wing of the party. And this is the twilight of his very long, very distinguished career that, as I noted, goes back to traveling around the South with Dr. King.
Rhonda, as we watch the programming tonight, what do Democrats want to project? James was just talking about the rich diversity and how we'll see that tonight. You were talking about some of the younger members of Congress who will be here. Lauren Underwood is another one. What do Democrats want to say about themselves tonight?
I think it's unity. I think that's been their calling card in the last, I would say, 4 years during the Biden term, even covering the Hill. Democrats in the House were very unified behind Hakeem Jeffries. That was something that made them sort of shine, and they're going to use that. And now, of course, this is a bigger platform, but from what I'm hearing, Democrats want to tamp down the talk of that they were a divided party that pushed their standard bearer out and show that they're a party that's inclusive, that the president decided to make this decision for democracy. I'm sure we'll hear him say that. And they want to project that they are a unified party to save America against a Trump America. That you are likely going to hear those lines tonight.
It's so interesting how JM was talking us through the platform and how many times it mentioned mentions Donald Trump. Interestingly, Kamala Harris just gave a speech where she didn't use his name. She talked about sort of the other and this trying to contrast herself with this idea of like knocking people down to make yourself bigger, but she wasn't using his name. Why does the DNC platform use Donald Trump's name so much?
Because Donald Trump is the glue that holds the Democratic coalition together, and he has been for 5 years. We're going to hear from Adam Kinzinger, one of the members of the January 6th committee on Thursday night.
Republican.
A Republican, former congressman from Illinois. He would not be here if Donald Trump was not the Republican leader. And that's you know, the coalition spans from Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger all the way to Jesse Jackson and AOC, who's going to speak tonight. And it's because everyone can get behind the idea that they don't want Donald Trump anywhere near the Oval Office. So I think that's part of it. Remember the first couple of years of the Biden presidency, Biden actually tried that tack too, of not saying Trump's name. He would refer to him as the other guy or the former guy.
And when he finally gave a speech and used his name, it was like,
big deal.
Yeah, a big deal. But yeah, we'll see how much his name is invoked tonight. You know, JM Rieger, tell us more about what you think Democrats want to accomplish tonight.
It's what James and Rhonda were just talking about. It's that unity. It's that anti-Trump coalition. That was key to Biden winning in 2020, and it's likely going to be key for Harris here. So they want to project unity. They want to kind of harness this enthusiasm. She's probably won every single news cycle since she jumped into the race as the standard bearer a few weeks ago. And the fact that they're going to get from basically a mid-July to now September kind of coming out of this convention is especially notable. But I would expect that you're going to hear Democrats play to some base issues, but also talk broadly to all Americans, which Harris has done in her campaign speeches as well. I'd expect we hear some themes like that this week, as James was just talking about with folks like Adam Kinzinger.
All right, so tonight, a night of passing the torch, turning the page. What does Joe Biden have to do tonight? How much is this night, Rhonda, about him and sort of saying farewell, taking a victory lap in some ways, and how much is it really about Kamala Harris and trying to push forward momentum for her?
I think it's going to be a mix of all of that. I'm not sure if he's going to say farewell. He is the president for months. But I do think it will be a speech to, you know, expand on some of the things he talked about when he did the Oval Office address shortly after dropping out of their race. He is going to talk about his legislative achievements, and I think this crowd wants to hear that. They want to put forward that he had a term that was had a lot of action, that it did have some legislative successes, even though the legislative math in the House didn't always work for him, or the Senate, because there are close margins. But he got things through. So he's going to be talking a lot about that. I think he is also going to talk about his personal legacy, but he also is going to have to reserve some space for talking about Harris, why he picked her. He has said that he picked her because he knew she could do the job, and he would not have picked her otherwise. So he will sort of take credit for the fact that she is now gaining this momentum and she's the person of the moment. So I think it's going to be a speech that encompasses all of that together. I'm not sure how long it might be. As I said, this is the first time he's able to address a convention as president or as a candidate since he did not get his in 2020. But I think there are going to be so many themes, but I think he is going to take a moment to talk about what he has done for this party. I'll also add an interesting note from that delegate I talked to earlier today. She said one of the reasons she's excited to hear from Joe Biden is because he has done a lot for women and people of color. She pointed out that, you know, he ran a few times for president himself, but he decided to be vice president for the first black presidential candidate. He decided to pass the torch to a woman of color. She believes that his legacy is going to show that he is a president that helped make the Democratic Party such a big tent.
Let's go to video journalist Jorge Ribas, who's been following protesters marching on the DNC in Chicago this week. Jorge, tell us where you are and what's happening.
Yeah, Libby. So right now we're all along what had been the permitted protest route for one of the main groups that was going to be protesting here at the DNC, the Coalition to March on the DNC. We were along this route here. It's very calm right now, but about 15, 20 minutes ago, it got actually one of the more tense moments that I'd seen at this protest, where some of the protesters broke off from the main group that had been kind of doing about a mile loop near the United Center. The United Center is about a block from us. The perimeter, the security perimeter, is just on the other side of this park here to my left. So a group broke off from kind of that main protest group and actually breached the security fence right there, creating a situation where a lot of the Chicago police that are around here, and there's a lot of police presence here in the city, came here and pushed the protesters out of the park. Right here, they formed a perimeter, really pushing back the protesters on both sides. And as the protesters left this area, the police have pushed back. But really, that was kind of one of the more, it had been relatively calm until that moment, and it had been calm throughout the day. We got here earlier and saw there was a rally, there were speeches, a lot of families and kids and protesters from different groups gathered about half a mile away at Union Park. And that's where they started the march that was going to take them around the United Center.
All right. Thank you so much, Jorge. We'll continue to check in with you about that. You're watching live coverage in the Washington Post of the Democratic National Convention, and the protests and the involvement of people inside the building here are all part of it. We know that there are certainly people who want their voices heard inside the building who have concerns about some of the same issues people do outside of the building. What we're previewing tonight is this big moment of Joe Biden speaking on Kamala Harris's behalf. And, we all laugh when I said, is it a farewell? Because it's certainly not a farewell, and he doesn't want it to be. I mean, he doesn't want that moment. And his team is saying, this is not that moment. Right. That will come later, January, perhaps. This is a moment to try to amp people up and show unity. What do you expect him to say about Kamala Harris?
It's a weird transition from being the main character, from being in the starring role, speaking on Thursday night as he wanted to do, to being a supporting actor who is trying to, not just pass the torch, but to lift up his handpicked successor. And it's interesting because Joe Biden, I think, recognizes that his legacy in many ways depends on Kamala Harris winning. His biggest achievement, arguably, was defeating Donald Trump in 2020. And if Trump wins in 2024, he can undo a lot of what Biden did accomplish in the last couple of years. So I think he's calling himself now the volunteer-in-chief, and he's saying that he's going to be around and be as helpful as Harris wants him to be, getting out on the campaign trail. It remains to be seen, even though it's Biden's campaign team that's now Harris's campaign team, they all still have @joebiden.com email addresses they're using. It remains to be seen how much they're going to really want to deploy him. But I think Biden recognizes that if he sort of competently finishes the job, if he can somehow get a ceasefire with regards to Gaza, that would be hugely helpful to Harris on the ticket. And I mean, one of the really fascinating tensions that I'm going to be watching all week, between Biden's speech especially, but with everyone in the main event on Thursday night, the vice president's speech, is 2/3 of Americans think the country's on the wrong track. People want change. She is running as the sitting vice president. JM talked about her speech in North Carolina last week. She has to do this balancing act where she is taking credit for the many accomplishments of the Biden administration, but simultaneously showing that she's her own person, that she is going to do things that Biden didn't, to appeal to those voters who are restive and disenchanted, right? And so I think, tonight Biden's going to say, I couldn't have done all this without Harris. She was so key. She was my partner in all these things. And I think Harris wants to show that she has that experience and wants to take credit for that. There's going to be a lot of emphasis on national security Thursday when she speaks, because I think they want people to see that she has national security experience. But it is that tension, and that tension is going to exist all 4 nights. And we're going to have to parse out how the speakers sort of manage that. All of the speeches that are getting delivered are being delivered off prompter. They're all being reviewed by the Harris team, by the DNC, by the Biden-Harris campaign in Delaware, and they're very mindful of this tension. So we actually can watch the words very carefully to see what sort of message they want to present. And there's a long history of this. In 1988, George H.W. Bush ran to replace Ronald Reagan after 2 terms of being his vice president, and he said it's time for a kinder, gentler America. And that was widely perceived as saying, I'm going to pull back on some of the excesses of Reaganism and of the 1980s.
Yeah, usually when a vice president is running, they have some time to distance themselves
right.
from the previous administration. She's had, a few weeks So that's what's also interesting, too, about her platform is that the platform she would have written if she had been at the top of the ticket at the beginning? Possibly not, or maybe some things might have been rearranged. It also shows you how, I know we have covered so much history and said the word unprecedented so many times in the last few years, but this really is unprecedented. And I think even seeing the platform and what JM laid out about the number of times Biden's name is in it shows you that this has been a scramble. And has she been able to really put her imprint on things, or does she just kind of take the infrastructure built by the Biden campaign and has to run with it? So that is going to be interesting. It is going to be hard to distance yourself when you really just had to take the package and go.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, video journalist Joe Snell joins us now in the United Center. Joe, you've been reporting around Chicago over the past few weeks. Tell us about Chicago and the ethnic makeup of the city.
Yeah, Chicago's a very unique city, and the best way to think of it is a cluster of small towns that come together to form a city. There are dozens of distinct neighborhoods, each with various concentrations of ethnic groups. So you'll find Puerto Rican murals in Humboldt Park. You'll find large Polish Catholic cathedrals in Westtown. You'll find Palestinian shops in Bridgeview. The heart of the city is what's called the Loop. That's smack dab in the middle of downtown. That's where you find Grant Park, Millennium Park, the Bean. We're here in the United Center, which is about 10 minutes outside of that. The city is also incredibly diverse. You'll find large populations of African American, Hispanic American, and Middle Eastern American communities.
And Joe, this is a city where politics really runs deep.
That's right. It's not called the Windy City for nothing. Windy City referring to the long-winded politicians that would speak at political conventions here in the 1800s. Democratic Party really reigns supreme. There hasn't been a Republican mayor in the city since 1931. This is the place where former U.S. President Barack Obama was a community organizer in the South Side before becoming a state senator and later president. And it's home to multiple Democratic national conventions, the last of which was 1996. And before that was 1968. That's when we saw brawls by delegates on the convention floor and a clampdown on protesters outside of it. Heading into this week, that memory of the 1968 convention is still vivid for some residents in the city.
All right, Joe Snell, thank you so much. What does it mean to have the convention here in Chicago to you, James?
Well, it's funny, the history is amazing. Chicago's actually hosted more conventions than any other city in the country. And the first convention that they hosted was in 1860. And that was what nominated Abraham Lincoln.
Wow.
And he was the dark horse. He wasn't favored to win. There were two guys who were going at each other. And because he had the home field advantage of being in Illinois, Abraham Lincoln became the Republican nominee for president in 1860. Another fun fact, in 1920, the term smoke-filled room, that actually originated from the 1920 Democratic Convention here in Chicago. There was literally a hotel room where they were all, I guess it was actually the Republican Convention, they were all smoking cigarettes. It was really smoky, and they decided Warren Harding should be the Republican nominee. He ended up winning that year. But the reason it's significant is we're here in the home of Barack Obama, who really elevated Joe Biden. This is really the heart of the blue wall. Illinois, obviously a solidly Democratic state, but neighboring Wisconsin, Michigan not far, and Pennsylvania. So we're squarely in that sort of industrial Midwest. It feels like even though we're in this big urban area, we're in the heartland. And I think the Democratic Party very much sees the base of the party going through, certainly Harris's victory, going through the blue wall states, even if she has other paths through the Sun Belt like Arizona and Georgia, North Carolina. She needs to win these blue wall states, and that was part of the pitch that got them to agree to put the convention here when everyone thought it was going to be Joe Biden. Another fun fact, because I was talking to someone who made the pitch to Joe Biden that the convention should be here, and he said that he brought weather reports because the other places vying were like Houston and Atlanta, and he was like, look how hot it is in Houston and Atlanta in August, and here's the temperature in Chicago, and sure enough, it's a very nice, cool, windy, breezy, but with good temperatures.
Yeah,
so he
good
wasn't
weather,
wrong.
good weather.
Day one, good weather.
Exactly.
Yeah. Report that. Of all the speeches to watch for tonight, one that I'm certainly interested in is Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady. She will speak this evening prior to her husband, President Joe Biden. Ashley Biden will come in as well as part of that Biden sandwich. What are you listening for, Rhonda, to hear how Jill Biden talks about this moment in politics?
Well, if we remember back to the virtual DNC in 2020, she was there to sort of give that biographical sketch of who he is, you know, behind closed doors, how dedicated he has been to the country. She will likely serve that role as well. But I'll also be listening to tone, demeanor as well, because, you know, there has been a lot of reporting that President Biden, was not so happy with some of the leaders in the party who worked to help press him to drop out of the race. So, you know, you wonder what the family thought. They thought he should stay in. Yeah. In fact, that's what we thought. That's where we thought things were going after they had that family meeting.
And she was one of the loud voices telling him to stay the course.
Right, right. So it'll be interesting to see what her tone is, if there's any emotion about the moment for her as a spouse as well. Again, this was not the week they probably had planned a few months ago, maybe a month ago.
Yeah.
Right.
Incredible.
So this is fast moving, and you know, it could wear on a family or the First Lady. But it'll be interesting to hear from her. She's very personable. She actually was very good on the trail. She was a very highly utilized tool for the Biden campaign to get out there, talk to educators, talk to students,
military families.
Right, military families. So we'll see what she has to say.
She's been depressed. She's been down. She's more embittered than anyone in the family. I've talked to a lot of sources who say that Jill Biden has really struggled the last month, that it's been emotionally really hard for her. She didn't want her husband to drop out, and she is, I think, you know, as Joe Biden likes to say, she's a Philly girl, and she sometimes wears her emotions on her sleeves, and she is angry at Nancy Pelosi. And I mean, we're not going to see that tonight. Tonight we're going to see the happy grandmotherly Jill. But behind closed doors, I'm reliably told that she's been very depressed and sort of down, and is still struggling to come to terms with what she feels like was her, a coup against her husband.
We will hear from Nancy Pelosi this week. How does the lineup in the different nights? How does this energy change night by night, James?
It's about building to a crescendo, and so I don't think we're going to hear that many mentions of Joe Biden after tonight. And after the president speaks, he's actually going to get on Air Force One and fly to California, where he's going to go on an extended vacation. I don't think there will be no mention of Joe Biden, but I think you'll be surprised at how little he'll come up after tonight. And then, we're going to hear from figures of the party's past, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton on Wednesday. But increasingly, those guys, I mean, Barack Obama, a little bit different, don't run the party anymore. You know, this is not Bill Clinton's party. And we're now, a quarter of a century away from his presidency. But Bill Clinton is going to sort of do his own passing of the torch to Tim Walz on Wednesday, and a lot of Americans are just seeing these folks for the first time. They sort of have a view of Kamala Harris, but it's pretty thin. It's not a deeply held view. And Tim Walz, people are still getting to know, and they're still learning about him. And so Wednesday is going to be the chance. The crowd is booing right now because they're showing on the Jumbotron a video of Donald Trump during COVID, in talking about how COVID wasn't a big deal, and that's why the crowd is booing. But, it will be fascinating to see. They're going to get on their own terms to introduce Tim Walz and Kamala Harris, and they're going to try to make them appealing. Your audience here in the hall is the base that you're trying to fire up. They are already fired up. But you need to win, that 5 to 10% of people. And our Washington Post poll that was published yesterday showed Harris is taking a slight lead, and it's because independents are moving her way. But I think those independents are going to be watching, maybe not Monday night, but Wednesday night, Thursday night, to see, is this someone that I can feel comfortable with?
Yeah. Independents and younger people from our poll, it showed that she was doing a lot better with younger people and people who are independent-leaning Democrats. So that's the group you're going to need. When it comes down to a few thousand votes in places like Wisconsin or North Carolina, we see North Carolina far much more in play right now. Those votes are going to matter. Those people who will be watching on Thursday, like you said, that's really going to matter to them.
There's always the energy inside the convention hall, and one of the goals is to try to translate that through broadcast media and give people a sense that this is a pumped up, unified party and a unified group. But the real question will be, how does it play to people who are watching on their phones, in their living rooms, on the go? So how do you introduce a candidate who has already been in the public eye quite a bit, but without her own necessarily strong identity as a vice president? We'll talk more about that tonight, but I want to go now to the floor where Congresswoman Lauren Underwood is about to speak. Let's listen.
COVID was the worst public health crisis in a century. Donald Trump failed us. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris got it under control. Donald Trump said, "It is what it is." Joe Biden and Kamala Harris said, "Help is on the way." Democrats in Congress tried to lower the cost of health care. Donald Trump tried to take our health care away. We tried to expand Social Security and Medicare. Donald Trump tried to cut them year after year after year. He took the COVID crisis and turned it into a catastrophe. We can never let him be our president again. As a registered nurse, I care deeply about making health care more affordable. As someone with a pre-existing condition, I am determined to protect the people who are most at risk. And as the youngest Black woman ever elected to Congress, I am painfully aware that Black women, especially pregnant women and new moms, were more likely to die from COVID. I wrote the Momnibus to protect those women and to address the maternal health crisis. And that bill was introduced and championed by Senator Kamala Harris. Because she protects the people who are most vulnerable. She's done it for her whole career. As vice president, she and President Biden passed my legislation to make health care more affordable. And now, 4 out of 5 Americans can get covered through the Affordable Care Act for $10 or less per month. And under the Biden-Harris administration, the number of uninsured Americans hit an all-time low. 4 years ago, it was not safe to hold a convention like this. But tonight, thousands have gathered in this arena in my home state of Illinois to make sure Kamala Harris is the next president of the United States. We have come so far these past 4 years, and we're not going back. Thank you.
Congresswoman Lauren Underwood. James, let's talk about her message tonight.
It's so fascinating because she defeated Dan Lipinski here in the Chicago suburbs in what was traditionally sort of an ethnic Democratic enclave, and she won by emphasizing his opposition to abortion rights. He was identified as pro-life. His dad had been in Congress and had been a pro-life Democrat, and she defeated him and has held that seat. And so, you know, it shows how much the party's changed, even in a big urban city like Chicago. And the abortion issue, which used to really divide Democrats, is now is one of their most unifying issues. You know, even we're going to hear from some women who have had to have abortions tonight. We're going to hear from Andy Beshear, who campaigned on that issue in a very red state. And it's a contrast to even, you know, the last time Democrats had their convention here, Bob Casey Sr. From from Pennsylvania. He was an anti-abortion rights Democrat, and there was a lot of controversy. And it shows how much that there has been this realignment around that issue.
Yeah, it's so interesting. So that's like the Catholic Democrats of yore, right? That Joe Biden really came from, right? And Biden Casey, the governor of Pennsylvania, now his son is a senator of Pennsylvania running for re-election. And it never really felt like Joe Biden was totally comfortable with the issue of abortion. And that is a place where it seemed like Kamala Harris really found a voice as Vice President, Rhonda.
Yeah, and that was well before she knew she'd be at the top of the ticket. I think there was a notable moment over the spring where she was the first sitting vice president to visit a clinic. She's been on the road talking about it. It's something that, might be a feather in her cap for people who care about that issue and will vote on that issue. And we've seen people in polling say that still ranks high for them. It's the economy, it's reproductive rights, and that's something that Democrats have been unified over and can keep that messaging up. But yeah, that was a part of her portfolio before she knew she'd be at the top of the ticket, and they are likely going to utilize that to their advantage.
She was given a very challenging portfolio as vice president, but it seems like part of what ended up working for her was proving loyalty to Joe Biden, like showing him that, yes, she would take on perhaps the impossible task, some of these things that just can't be solved, like the biggest political questions, like the migration issue. What is causing and leading to, and how do you stop migration up into America? Something that a vice president's probably not likely to solve, especially when it's so politically fraught. But James, how was she able to be sort of a loyal lieutenant for Joe Biden? And then how did she find her sea legs as vice president?
The first year was really hard. And she, if you think about it, she joined the Senate in January 2017. So she wasn't in the Senate all that long, same length as Barack Obama. Before he became president, and then she became vice president. And she didn't really have a clear portfolio at the beginning. She got voting rights. That obviously was also very hard for her to do anything about. And so there was this effort to find the right staff, to find the right issues, and she did feel mistreated by a lot of people in the West Wing. She felt like they were putting golden handcuffs on her by giving her some of these intractable issues. And there was frustration in the West Wing because there was this sense that they wanted Harris to be the border czar, for example. They wanted her to deal with immigration, but she recast that assignment as focusing on the root causes of immigration and looking at the Northern Triangle, because that was something that you could put your hands around more than what was happening at the southern border. And so there has been this back and forth. Joe Biden understood it because he had been vice president and he had gotten some unpleasant assignments as well. But then she really did find her sea legs after Dobbs. And Joe Biden, you're absolutely right, Libby, uncomfortable with what he calls the A word. He doesn't like to say the word abortion. There was a very long stretch where he wouldn't even utter the word abortion. As a Catholic, he is personally uncomfortable with it. And remember, in the 2020 Democratic primaries, he had to change his position on the Hyde Amendment because he had this 50-year record of saying that federal funds shouldn't be used for abortion.
JM Rieger, where do you see the torch passing happening in this moment from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris? What are you going to be watching for in terms of that moment, the sunset of the ascendancy of Biden in leadership and Kamala Harris emerging?
President Biden has talked a lot about how he's not concerned about his legacy, but he gave an interview the other week to CBS News, and he sort of delved into that a little more than we had heard him previously talk about that. And this idea that he was the vice president for the first black president in U.S. history, and now is passing the torch, as you say, Libby, to what would be the first woman president and the first woman black president of the United States. There's no doubt that Biden knows the significance of this historical moment from a personal standpoint, but also from sort of the historical arch of the country from that standpoint. And I think it's notable, too, that this is all sort of coming about as Kamala Harris is sort of, as James put it, and Rhonda was just talking about as well, sort of finding her political sea legs, sort of finding or rediscovering her political identity. We talk about that 2019-2020 presidential primary campaign that Harris ran, and there were times where it was apparent that she wasn't entirely sure what message to land on. There were some kind of conflicting approaches on her part, and she sort of has stepped into her own here over the past few weeks even this whole chant, we just heard it there in the hall just a moment ago, Libby, talking about this, we're not going back. This has been a potent, enthusiastic chant from the Democrats, from the Democratic base, and making up that enthusiasm gap has been one of the crucial tests for Democrats this election. We knew going into this election that Trump had a ceiling issue, that Biden had an enthusiasm issue. Harris has all but erased that enthusiasm issue, and she's also countered that ceiling issue for Trump. Trump had started to get right around 50% in the national poll, and even though the national polling popular vote doesn't determine the election, it does give us a sense of how the race might play out in the key battlegrounds, and she's brought that Trump popular vote number back down into the mid to upper 40s, which is where he's been traditionally. So Harris has already started to make some inroads, and as we've been talking about, and one of the things I think we'll be watching for both tonight and for the rest of this week, Libby, is how much this torch passing that occurs tonight when Joe Biden gives this speech, how much do we feel that momentum transferring or continuing on from Joe Biden into Kamala Harris?
Thank you, JM. Well, we're watching it all build tonight and over the next 3 nights after this. The big speaker tonight is President Joe Biden. Among the other speakers, we'll hear the First Lady Jill Biden, also Senator Raphael Warnock, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. We're already seeing some of the young members of Congress speak this evening, and there will be a focus also on women's rights, family rights, and the A word, as James said, a word that Joe Biden wasn't always politically comfortable with, really never really politically comfortable with, abortion, because this is a space that Democrats have realized they can talk to people about what have sort of ironically been traditionally some Republican things about freedom, personal choice, get the government out of my business. And as JM said earlier, it's fascinating how they've been able to turn that messaging around and say, no, that's a Democratic priority as well. So let's go back down to the floor and hear more of the speeches tonight.
COVID while Americans were living in fear. He lied about creating jobs while our communities were fighting to survive. But the Biden-Harris administration stepped up. They actually took decisive action to create jobs, support small businesses, and rebuild a stronger and more resilient economy. Kamala Harris is a leader we can trust, even in our most challenging moments, especially in those moments. Donald Trump dithers, Kamala Harris delivers. Donald Trump abandons vulnerable people, Kamala Harris protects them. Donald Trump bullies scientists, Kamala Harris believes them. Our next 2 speakers will tell us why that's so important. Please welcome Brian Wallach and Sandra Abravaya.
In 2008, we met while working on the Obama-Biden campaign. We found our way there because we believe in the power of organizing. Then we found each other. The day we brought our second daughter home from the hospital, Brian was diagnosed with ALS. I was told I had 6 months to live. That was 7 years ago. We could not change Brian's diagnosis, but we knew how to organize. So we co-founded a nonprofit called I Am ALS, and thousands of terminally ill patients fought for new therapies, $1 billion to fund ALS research, and earlier access to treatments, all of which President Biden signed into law. We will also keep fighting alongside patients living with Parkinson's, young onset dementia, and Alzheimer's. We've seen just how relentless activism can beat the odds, just like what Brian has been doing for 7 years. And that is what we need right now to elect Kamala Harris. She's the daughter of a breast cancer researcher. She knows the promise of science and that patients need to be able to get the care they need wherever they live. We all want to make life better for the next generation and believe that people like Brian can be the first generation of survivors. And we can make life better for our caregivers, too. Brian and I are still driven by hope and by faith in what we can do collectively, and that includes the power of our vote. This November, we are voting for our future. Because we plan to be around for it.
Please welcome Illinois Senator Dick Durbin.
I've known Brian and Sandra for years. In fact, Sandra was my personal press secretary. You will not find a more courageous couple. Let's give Brian and Sandra another round of applause. In every election campaign, we Democrats talk about jobs. Now forget for a moment Donald Trump's wild claims. He lost millions of jobs in America. He promised to bring back manufacturing jobs, but he failed. He promised to deliver infrastructure, but he failed. His record was defined by failure. To put it another way, Donald Trump is like a bad boss. You want time off to take care of your sick parents? Ask Donald Trump. Denied. In Donald Trump's America, there is no paid family leave. Want to have a child, but need IVF? Too bad. That's shut down too. Want a pay raise? Too bad. The boss just gave himself one, so there's nothing left for you. Donald Trump reminds us of a boss we've all had. The guy who thinks he's a very stable genius, but is driving the company into the ground. Now get this, Donald Trump did make history. Let's give him credit. He is one of only 2 presidents in the history of the United States to leave office with fewer Americans working than when he started. Now he wants a chance to make America unemployed again. On the other hand, let's take a look at the record of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They recovered all those millions of jobs that Trump watched slip away. They added over 6 million jobs on top of that. 16 million jobs in total. 16 million. Today, more roads are getting fixed, more factories are being built, more Americans are working construction, and more auto workers are making cars than on any month when Trump was president. And we know behind every job is a person or community forever changed. Data centers in Wisconsin, semiconductors in Pennsylvania, electric vehicles in Michigan. Yes. Hello, Michigan. These investments mean strong economy, growing public schools, and well-funded, well-staffed first responders. These investments mean hope. That's what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for. They'll fight for the places that are too often left behind. Fight to change lives and uplift communities. Fight to bring back American manufacturing. My friend, Ed Smith, a giant of the Illinois laborers, he's a great fellow. We lost him this year. But Ed Smith told us there's joy in this battle. When we win, we help people buy their first homes, send their kids to college, and retire with dignity. Incidentally, that happens to be my family's story too. My mom and dad worked for the railroad, and because we were a strong union family, we were able not just to get by, but to get ahead. That's the American economy Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for. Let's join that fight and build it together. Now let's hear from some union workers on the ground in Arizona, thanks to the Biden-Harris administration investment in America.
Welcome to Phoenix. Donald Trump said he'd bring back American manufacturing, but Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually did it. Thanks to them, plumbers and pipe fitters like us are building the factories, semiconductor plants, and data centers of the future. We are hard at work in Phoenix, Mesa, Goodyear, Chandler, and more. Our neighborhoods, schools, and local businesses are growing. Sometimes we have so many projects that we send fabrication out to other states. Our local union is now up to 4,800 trades members. That's up from 2,800 in 2020, thanks to Joe and Kamala.
And it's an exciting time for us in the next generation. Our apprenticeship program now trains over 1,100 people a year. Every year at local high schools, when they announce what graduated seniors are doing next, more and more of these kids are joining the trades. My son is a senior in high school this year, and he plans to join us. Not just for the great career and the financial security that all us parents want for our kids, but it's because he's excited to work on the cutting edge of innovation. Kamala Harris will keep investing in American manufacturing. With her commitment, there's nothing that us American workers can't build.
Please welcome Ohio Representative Joyce Beatty.
Good evening. I'm Joyce Beatty, and I'm proud to represent Ohio in Congress. I was born in the Buckeye State, and I've never left. Now, J.D. Vance likes to talk about how he's from Ohio, but as soon as he could, he ran away to Yale and Silicon Valley, cozying up with billionaires while trashing our communities. J.D. has been our senator for 18 months. And what has he done for hardworking Americans? Nothing. He's been busy writing the foreword to the book from the Project 2025 guide. While J.D. and Donald Trump have been sharing conspiracy theories from the darkest corners of our internet. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have been busy expanding access to the internet, while the other guys have been criticizing women without children. Joe and Kamala have been expanding the child tax credit. And let me just tell you, cutting the poverty rate for our children. Kamala and Joe Biden have been also at the same time reducing the price of health care for our seniors. And yes, securing a cap of $35 on insulin. And as JD and Trump, they want to take us back to the past. Kamala and Joe have been bringing the jobs of the future to America today. With the CHIPS Act, a $280 billion investment. And that's not just a big number. It means new semiconductor plants and thousands of good-paying jobs. You see, I worked with Kamala to pass it, and I saw her leadership style up close, a rare combination of brilliance, legal expertise, and patience. You see, it's simple. JD and Trump like to talk about states like Ohio, but Kamala and Joe actually get stuff done for us. And so does our next vice president and my good friend, Governor Tim Walz. America, are you ready to build on our progress? Are you ready to turn out for leaders who know that action speaks louder than words? Are you ready to vote for Kamala Harris? Are you ready to put people over politics once and for all? Well, the era of joy and freedom is up on us. And now it is on us to go seize it. Thank you. God bless you.
Please welcome AFSCME President Lee Saunders, SEIU President April Barrett, LIUNA General President Brent Booker, IBEW International President Ken Cooper, CWA President Claude Cummings, and AFL-CIO President Liz Schuler.
Union yes! Union yes! Union yes! Union yes! All right. I'm Lee Saunders, President of AFSCME, a union of 1.4 million public service workers in healthcare, corrections, sanitation, and more. You know, 4 years ago, we faced a pandemic and a recession. with the president who didn't care one bit what working people were going through. Enter Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Within weeks, they passed the American Rescue Plan, pulling the economy back from the brink and putting us back to work. They're guided by a basic principle: more freedom for working people, including the freedom to join a union. So this November, we're moving forward with Kamala Harris as our president.
And I am the president of SEIU, representing 2 million service and care workers. We're all in for Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris has always been all in for us. Vice President Harris joined fast food workers on the picket line, and she walked a day in the shoes of a home care worker. She shares our vision for a modern-day labor movement, a movement that meets the needs of workers in the 21st century, and an economy that is ready for the future. It is going to be together that we write new rules to make it easier for all workers to join a union. And we are going to build a younger, darker, hipper, fresher, sneaker-wearing labor movement. A movement that is going to be more inclusive and built for the middle class. And we are going to end poverty wage work for once and for all. So let's do the work. Let's elect Kamala Harris so that together we will usher in a new era of worker power, and together we will win the future. Let's go get it.
I'm Brent Booker, and I'm proud to represent LIUNA, the Laborers International Union of North America. We're construction workers, public employees, and postal mail handlers. For decades, we've fought for more investment in our infrastructure. While Trump made empty promises, the Biden-Harris administration delivered. Now we're rebuilding highways, bridges, and tunnels, and powering a clean energy and manufacturing boom. Thanks to them, our members can buy a home, put their kids through school, retire with dignity. As president, Kamala Harris will keep fighting for workers who are building America. Hello, I'm Kenny Cooper, representing 840,000 IBW members, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. The IBW powers America, from fire alarms to solar farms, nuclear plants to battery plants, storm restoration to power lines, and we've been doing it for over 130 years. Today, we're building a new energy future while providing great paying jobs and a stable retirement for all working families. Every step of the way, Kamala Harris has been there for us. She's bringing back American manufacturing to forgotten places throughout our country. She cast the deciding vote to save our pension plans. She's lifted our apprentices up all over the nation And guess what? She's not afraid to use the word union. She has came through for all of us, and it's our turn to come through for her. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Claude Cummings, Jr., President of CWA, the Communication Workers of America. We all saw the digital divide during the pandemic. Millions of American families didn't have access to high-speed internet at home. Too many kids were forced to go online class in McDonald's parking lots. But as Vice President, Kamala Harris helped pass the largest investment in broadband ever. She gave CWA members a seat at the table so we could work to connect every household to the internet while creating good union jobs. Listen, we don't play at CWA. And we're fired up. Are you fired up tonight? Are you fired up? Are you fired up? We're fired up to work with our next president, Kamala Harris.
I'm Liz Schuler, president of the AFL-CIO. Representing nearly 13 million American workers. This election is about two economic visions. One where families live paycheck to paycheck, where people have no right to join a union. A CEO's dream, but a worker's nightmare. Or an opportunity economy, where we lower the costs of groceries, prescriptions, and housing, where we go after big pharma, corporate landlords, and price gougers, where there's no such thing as a man's job or a woman's job, or like Donald Trump would say, a black job. Just a good union job. That's the future our President Joe Biden has fought for. And that's the future Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will keep fighting for. Let's build it together.
Are you as excited as I am? I've known Kamala Harris for almost 20 years. Our bond was forged years ago by a shared commitment to children, a belief that it is everyone's responsibility to care for every child, no matter where they come from and no matter who their parents are. Kamala knows that each generation has an obligation to the next. That's why, when I was Speaker of the State Assembly and she was a prosecutor, we fought to address youth homelessness and reform the child welfare system. We wanted to make sure that California's foster youth aren't cut off and left on their own the day they turn 18. As Attorney General, Kamala created our state's Bureau of Children's Justice and worked to give children in the juvenile justice system the support they needed. And when I asked her to swear me in, the first woman vice president, swearing in the first woman mayor of Los Angeles, we knew we were sending a message to young girls everywhere that they too can lead. Now, I know Kamala, and she feels the importance of this work in her bones. When Kamala meets a young person, you can feel her passion. You can feel her heart, and you can feel her fearlessness. That is what defines a commitment to children, being willing to fight fiercely for every child. And trust me, Kamala has done that her entire life. So this November, we're gonna fight to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of these United States.
This is live coverage from the Washington Post. Let's go to video journalist Jorge Ribas in Union Park outside of the United Center, not here in this auditorium, but in a part of Chicago where protesters are gathered. Jorge, what are they protesting?
Right, Libby. So before I get to that, I want to show you behind me, there's just so many police officers. This is just a giant police presence. Behind me, there's a circle of police that have surrounded basically what has been kind of like set up an encampment. There's some tents there, and then there's some protesters surrounding the tents, sort of protecting them, and the police have surrounded them. And then just like a minute ago, just hundreds of police officers showed up behind me. And that's just kind of showing you what the police presence in the city has been like the last few days. Police copters in front, ahead of us, and in the sky above us. And really, I've been covering these protesters since June. I was out here actually talking to some of the leaders of this march, the Coalition of March on the DNC, which is several different groups, several different protest areas, but really what they've coalesced around is Gaza. And these are groups that have talked about police violence, immigration, reproductive rights, but Gaza has really been like their mission since last October, and what they've really gathered around to protest about. I talked to leaders of this group that said that they really want to hear from the Democratic Party to talk about Palestine. They're upset at the Biden administration for what they say is helping Israel with what they call the genocide, with what they call is supplying arms to Israel. And that's really the message they were driving home today while we were here. And there was other different groups too, other smaller protests talking about poverty and other issues, but that's really the message that they coalesced around today while they gather here today. And when I talked to them back in June, they were hoping for what they said were tens of thousands of protesters. I don't think we got anywhere near that amount today. There were thousands of people here, but not to the amount that they had expected. And granted, this was back in mid-June while Joe Biden was still running for president. He was, after that has dropped off, I talked to them a little bit about whether they still felt if, with Biden not on the ticket, that they wanted to, there were so many kind of changes with Harris on the ticket. And they really told me that it didn't matter. They were still out here. They were still going to be here. They still wanted to protest what they saw as this administration, regardless of who was at the top of the ticket. Libby?
So, Jorge, I'm getting the sense that they don't see real daylight between Harris and Biden. But what do they actually want Harris to do? Like, do you see a path forward where they could feel like she is listening to them?
Yeah, I mean, that's really the crux of it. And one of the questions that they've been asked and that I asked them and that they say is that we don't want for President Trump to win. But they were very strongly in saying that it's not up to them to help Harris, that Harris has to hear them. They told me that they were sick of being taken for granted by the Democratic Party, that the Democratic Party just expected their vote year after year, and they wanted to see the Harris administration deviate from the Biden administration and be more forceful with not just asking for a ceasefire, but really getting one done, about ending what they said were the sales to arms to Israel. They wanted to see that happen immediately. They told me that, we could turn off the spigot right away if we wanted to. They really wanted to see the vice president make that statement, to be more forceful than they'd seen from President Joe Biden. So really there wasn't a lot of daylight, but really they stressed over and over again that they felt that it was not up to them to help the Democrats get elected, that they may not vote for Trump, but it's not their job to get the Democrats elected, that the Democrats needed to get their vote. Libby.
All right, Jorge Ribas, thank you so much for tracking that. Well, I'm Libby Casey, and I'm here at the United Center in Chicago with Rhonda Colvin, James Hohmann, and Tyler Pager, White House reporter. So great to see you, Tyler. The big speech of the night comes from President Joe Biden. And I do want to mention one thing. Vice President Kamala Harris, not vice presidential candidate, Vice President Kamala Harris's motorcade has arrived here at the United Center, so we know that she will be here tonight. She'll be witnessing Joe Biden speak. I almost got caught up in my naming because this has all been such a whirlwind. Just a month ago, we couldn't have imagined this moment. So what are you listening for from President Joe Biden's speech tonight as he really does his walk-off and leaves the convention after that?
Yeah, it's really a remarkable moment. And not only that is his walk-off, he's leaving tonight and going on vacation for the rest of the week. So it's not even like he's going back to the White House to do the business of, the American people. He's going on vacation. And just, a month ago, this convention was supposed to be about Joe Biden. And they had to really overhaul some of the programming to tailor it to Kamala Harris. So tonight's about Joe Biden, but he's also towing this line. Aides are telling me and our colleagues that this is not a legacy speech for Joe Biden. That's later down the road after Election Day. This is about passing the torch, but in part, in doing so, there's going to be a lot of the legacy elements to it. We expect him to speak heavily about his accomplishments as president, talking about what he and Vice President Harris did together and how they're setting up the American people for the next 4 years. And so it's really going to be this interesting balancing act between taking credit for what he did as president, but also trying to, move the party toward Kamala Harris. But also, when you walk around this arena, when you talk to delegates, the party has largely moved beyond Joe Biden. I think there's some delegates sitting on the floor there, particularly in the Delaware section, that are still sad about what happened and the president's decision to step aside. But it is really quite a remarkable moment where the sitting president of the United States decided not to run for re-election, and he gets one night, and then they sort of move on, and it's all about Vice President Harris.
So the way that the floor is set up, often the sort of the big meaty delegations are ones that have an important role to play, say Minnesota, James, this year, because Vice Presidential candidate Tim Walz is from Minnesota. They'll get a plum spot. Does anyone actually, I don't even know where Delaware is. I haven't noticed
Delaware's right up in the front.
Oh, it is?
Yes,
okay. It has an honorary spot.
Yeah, Delaware, California,
I'm ashamed
Minnesota.
to say I wasn't. Yeah, I noticed, of course, California, Kamala Harris's state. Pennsylvania also has a very prominent spot, but I hadn't noticed poor Delaware.
There's actually, I was on the floor earlier, and there's a placard. There's a piece of paper that says reserved for Delaware delegate Joe Biden.
Wow.
I don't think we would expect to see him sitting
I don't either.
but an honorary seat for him.
What's funny, I'll say, because we're talking about where states are, Michigan is actually in a very bad spot. We were just hearing Jorge talk about the uncommitted delegates. Clearly, they were worried about hecklers or interruptions, so they put Michigan sort of out of the way, up high in the bleachers in the 100 level, because they didn't want them front and center. That is different than the RNC, where Michigan had a very, very good slot because it's such an electorally vital state.
Yeah. So, Tyler, this had to come together fairly quickly. I mean, in political terms, quickly. So how do we know about how Joe Biden's been thinking about this speech, and also how First Lady Jill Biden has been thinking about this opportunity tonight to address what will be a very warm and friendly crowd, but it's really not about them?
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite an emotional night, not just for the president and his family, but a lot of his longtime supporters. We know that Senator Chris Coons is going to be one of the last speakers before the president and his family speaks. His daughter, Ashley Biden, is going to be the one that actually formally introduces him tonight. And I think there's been a lot of conversation within the Biden orbit about the last few months, and a lot of bitterness towards some of the party leaders who they felt pushed him out. Biden often talks about not holding a grudge, saying that's the Irish in him. But there are people around him that are certainly deeply frustrated about how they felt the president was treated. But I also think when you walk around this convention, there's a lot of people, even some longtime Biden staffers that I've talked to over the past few days, who acknowledge the reality of the situation and that this is what they say needed to happen. I was at a breakfast this morning at Manny's Deli with David Axelrod, the famous Chicago institution, and two of the leaders of Future Forward were there, the main super PAC supporting now Vice President Harris's presidential campaign, and they were asked about their analytics after the debate and what it looked like. And they said that there was one path remaining for Joe Biden, and the probability of Joe Biden winning that one path was in the single digits. So that's how dire Democrats saw the situation. So I think there's an acknowledgement within the party, with the people sitting behind us, that this is what needed to happen, but still a lot of sadness about how it unfolded and just the rapid way that it did. I mean, the quickness by which Biden dropped out, Harris took over the campaign, and is now on this extremely hot streak in which he is tied in some of these battleground states that Biden was down big in or even winning. I think there's a lot of excitement about the reality that they now feel they have a realistic shot of winning the presidential election.
And are you feeling that in this room tonight already? Are you feeling, I mean, we were just thinking about how a month ago we were all together at the Republican National Convention, and there was a feeling there of invincibility, of forward momentum, that Donald Trump was really going to win this election. Contrast that, compare that to what we feel in this room.
Well, it's still a little early, and I can tell you, as we were sitting here waiting to go on, I've been texting with some delegates who are in hours-long lines of security to get in. So we still see quite a few empty seats behind us. It's clearly filled up quite a bit. Biden's still not speaking for a little bit, so I expect we'll see a lot of that fill in as we get closer to the president. But I do, just in the conversations, the stark contrast between what Democrats were saying in that interim period after the debate before Biden dropped out to now, it is a totally different ballgame. There's a lot more confidence. There's some people that are worried Democrats are too confident. They're like, look, we're in a better position, but it's still a toss-up race. The margin of error in these swing states are so close that we can't just assume because the vibes are better, we're going to win. But there's definitely an element of relief that the ticket has changed, and Kamala Harris has put them in position to win in November.
All right, thank you so much, Tyler. Rhonda and James, stay with me. Let's go to Rich Matthews, who's here in the United Center. So Rich can tell us about what former President... Let's see. What are we talking about? Let's see, Rich. We are talking about what former President Trump has on his schedule this week, Rich.
Well, Libby, former President Trump is really kind of a king of counter-programming already. Maybe that comes from his experience as a television producer. Remember back when President Biden made his first trip to the border, Trump did too, on the same day, to the same state, to a town just a few hundred miles away. I mean, that's counter-programming at its absolute base. Now, the DNC, the Democrats did not get to counter-program as much as they'd planned during the Republican National Convention. That's, of course, because of that attempted assassination attempt on Trump just days before Biden, at the time the nominee, actually canceled much of his schedule that week, and so did Kamala Harris. However, today, just hours before this convention began, former President Trump was on a stage in Pennsylvania talking about his economic policy, his energy policy. On Wednesday, he'll go to North Carolina, and then Friday, he'll return to the border and then give a large rally in Glendale, Arizona. Now, interestingly, tomorrow, Harris is actually holding a rally, not just here at the convention, but in Milwaukee at the exact same place the RNC was held at, Fiserv Arena. And then again, you want to talk about counter-programming? J.D. Vance is also in Milwaukee tomorrow. He's in a Kenosha, Milwaukee suburb. He'll be speaking at the Kenosha courthouse. So the Trump campaign knows that most eyes, at least, will be on Chicago this week, but they have built a very busy schedule for Trump and Vance to try to steal at least a little of that spotlight. Libby?
So, Rich, you went to a briefing earlier by Republicans here in Chicago. Where was it, and what were they saying about this Democratic conventioning happening here?
Well, it was at Trump Tower here in Chicago, right on the river. Senator Rick Scott from Florida and Senator Ron Johnson from just up the road in Wisconsin were both there. Johnson, a very outspoken Republican, a known election denier. He really did kind of the sky is falling speech, specifically talking about how he's calling this a coup. He's saying, look, Harris didn't get a single vote, and now suddenly she's the nominee. Senator Scott also talking about how he believes that President Trump is better for business in America. He touted President Trump as a successful businessman and says, of course, Harris has never run a business. That was really the tone of the whole meeting, was just what you can expect from Republicans, and when they're trying to counter program. I will say this: it was, and I'm not trying to be negative, but it was pretty sparsely attended. I would say there were maybe 20 journalists in all at the event. They are doing it every single day. I plan to go tomorrow as well and just kind of hear how they're counter-programming, what the Republican message is, in contrast to what we're hearing in the evenings here at the United Center. Libby?
Sounds good, Rich. It's not being negative, it's reporting, and we really appreciate you doing it. I mean, there's always the counter-programming. That's always a part of conventions. Democrats do it when Republicans are in town. Republicans do it when Democrats are in town. It is fascinating, though, the optics of it, that they did it at the Trump building here, and that it really wasn't getting much splash or buzz. Like, it wasn't electric, right? It wasn't like a place to be. No surprise in a Democratic city for the Democratic convention. But what do you both make of how Republicans are trying to pull the attention away from here this week? Do they have a chance of doing so?
I don't think they have a chance of doing so because, I mean, there's just so much attention concentrated just on the history of tonight. Focus on Kamala Harris on Thursday. There are a lot of big names that people have not heard from in a while, like the Clintons, like former President Obama. I think that, the momentum right now will probably be behind the Democratic Party. But that, this is how parties are run. They are going to try to battle each other. They are going to try for some, opposition moves. And if they can do some counter programming right now to get attention or to at least keep their names in the cycle, that's totally normal. It is interesting that both sides are going to the same exact places. If you've looked at Kamala Harris's her weekend schedule with Tim Walz, they've been going to the same states that Trump is going to. And Trump is, we saw that J.D. Vance was following the Vice President Harris as well. So they're all kind of circling each other right now. But I think for now, I think this is the Democrats' week, just like the RNC. Yeah. It was the Republicans' week.
Yeah, and conventions are always about building momentum, building energy, and doing a lot of PR. But what's so fascinating is the Republicans were really riding a true high. I mean, it was, they really felt like they had the wind at their backs. And now we're seeing Democrats have that same feeling. As Tyler said, there's lots of warnings, don't get too cocky. But it is fascinating to see who has that momentum. Let's go back to the floor now.
This is Project 2025. Now, over the next 4 nights, you are going to hear a lot about what is in this 900-page document. Why? Because this is the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term. That's right. They went ahead and wrote down all the extreme things that Donald Trump wants to do in the next 4 years. And then they just tweeted it out, putting it out on the internet for everybody to read. So, we read it. And whatever you think it might be, it is so much worse. Tonight, I want to tell you about just one aspect of Project 2025. It's planned to turn Donald Trump into a dictator. Okay, right here on page 535. It says, quote, reissue Trump's Schedule F executive order to permit discharge of non-performing employees. Now that doesn't sound that scary, right? But here's what it actually means in plain English. If Donald Trump gets back into the White House, he's going to fire civil servants like intelligence officers, engineers, and even federal prosecutors if he decides that they don't serve his personal agenda. They're talking about replacing the entire federal government with an army of loyalists who answer only to Donald Trump. I know. All right, then. Okay. Page 873. It says, quote, conservatives have long believed in either ending law enforcement activities of independent agencies or ending their independent status. Again, that sounds pretty boring. But what it means is that under Project 2025, Donald Trump would be able to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents. He could even turn the FBI into his own personal police force. That is not how it works in America. That's how it works in dictatorships. And that's exactly what Donald Trump and his MAGA minions have in mind. An expansion of presidential powers like no president has ever had or should ever have. Now, by the way, if you're asking if any of this is even legal, well, remember, thanks to Donald Trump's hand-picked Supreme Court, he's now completely immune from prosecution, even if he breaks the law. But that's not who we are, because we believe in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Not the government of Donald Trump, by Donald Trump, and for Donald Trump. We believe in the separation of powers and the rule of law. We believe in a system built up to serve everyone, not breaking a system to serve one petty, selfish man. The truth is, there's only one way to stop him, and to stop Project 2025. How do we do it? We elect Kamala Harris this November. We'll be back tomorrow night to tell you what Project 2025 means for your pocketbook.
Hello, Democrats. California delegates, make some noise. It's great to see so many familiar faces. And I can't forget the state that I was born and raised in. Mississippi Democrats, let everybody hear you. Democrats, before I joined the Senate, I was a leader in the labor movement. So I know a champion for the people when I see one. I met Kamala Harris when she was district attorney, and I was president of a large care workers union. We hit it off right away. What really impressed me was how well she got to know my family. My wife, Naniki, but especially our daughter, Nyla. And as soon as Nyla heard that Ms. Kamala was running for president, she asked if she could be vice president. So, no disrespect to Governor Walz, but Nyla put her name in first. Vice President Harris and I share a lot in common. We both graduated from historically black colleges. Me from Jackson State University. The Vice President from Howard University. We were both raised by mothers who worked fiercely to provide for us. And we both believe that every single one of us has the power to change the world when we choose to do it together. You see, Kamala Harris has always understood the assignment. No matter if she were the underdog, no matter the bullying or the name calling, she never doubted that our best was still ahead. She knew a better future was possible if we stood side by side with our neighbors and we fought for it. No matter what language they spoke, no matter what country they came from, no matter the size of their bank account. And that's what she did. As a prosecutor, together with law enforcement, she prioritized holding criminals accountable and protecting public safety. As state attorney general, together with students, she put a scam college out of business. After the mortgage crisis, together with families who lost their homes, she took on the biggest banks in the world and won a settlement 5 times what was initially offered. Every time she walked into a courtroom, she would simply say, "Kamala Harris for the people." For her, it wasn't just a professional oath. It was a battle cry. And let's be clear, to her opponents, this way of seeing the world, the idea of fighting for someone other than yourself is unthinkable. But let me tell you, Democrats, what's really unthinkable. Conning young people who simply want a good education is unthinkable. Stiffing hardworking laborers like Donald Trump did in Atlantic City is unthinkable. Bragging about having ripped away a woman's freedom to choose what she does with her own body is unthinkable. And Democrats, Americans, we deserve better. We deserve a president who is tough, not just tough talking. One who shatters the boundaries of what's possible, not the boundaries of what's legal. And one who wipes the floor with cheats and fraudsters because, well, Democrats, she knows the type. Democrats, that president, the president that we deserve, that president is my friend, Kamala Harris. Thank you all so much.
Senator Butler of California, someone who will not have that job for long, Rhonda.
Won't have it for long. She's just kind of filling in right now. But interestingly enough, she knows Kamala Harris on a personal level. She worked on her first campaign, her presidential campaign. So she is able to speak to who she is and also her political strategy and what she can do. That's something that Harris wasn't really able to do for herself, when she started running with Joe Biden and became vice president. it was reported that there was a lot of tension, that she was not able to be sort of the growing force she had started in the U.S. Senate. I often talk about this a lot, covering, the Hill. When she came on the scene as a senator, she was one of those people the Democratic Party said would be a star. She had so many breakout moments during some of the hearings. It is kind of ironic or funny that she became senator when Trump became president. So a lot of her work dealt with the confirmation hearings for his cabinet, and you could see that he was an adversary to her and the Democrats. And she, everyone can find it on YouTube likely, but there are so many clips of her asking these very pointed, well-researched questions. So she did make her mark there as senator. But yes, that is, we just heard from someone who knows her well and can speak to sort of the fire that Kamala Harris could bring to the job, even though a lot of people don't know her in a top role.
Let's go to JM Rieger, who is with us from Washington, senior video journalist. JM, we heard a lot about Project 2025 a few minutes ago. What are Democrats trying to communicate about that Republican plan?
It's interesting because they clearly view talking about Project 2025 as a winning issue, as a good issue for them, because we hear them bring it up over and over again. In some cases, we hear them bring it up more than Trump's own words. Trump himself, I think, realizes the political peril of Project 2025 and the label.
We're going to cut you off, JM, and go to the floor. Jason Isbell is performing, so let's take a listen to that.
We'll have to build again. When I get home from work, I'll wrestle off my clothes and leave them right inside the front door. Nobody's home to know. You see the hammer finds the nail, and the freight train is a rail. I guess I'm doing what I'm on this earth to do. I don't think I'm here where it hurts. I'm just lucky to have the work. And Sunday morning I'm too tired to go to church, but I thank God for the word. I thank God for the word. When I get my reward, my work will all be done, and I will sit back in my chair beside the Father and the Son. With no more holes to fill and no more rocks to break, and no more golden boxes on the truck for someone else's sake. You see the hammer finds the nail, and the poor man's up to say, I guess I'm doing what I'm on this earth to do. I don't think, oh, I'm here where it hurts. I'm just lucky to have the word. And every night I dream I'm drowning in the dirt, but I thank God for the word. And the day will come, I'll find a reason, somebody proud to love a man like me. 'Cause my back is young, my hands are freezing, but what I'm working for is something more than free. I don't think, oh, I'm here where it hurts. I'm just lucky to have the word. Sunday morning I'm too tired to go to church, but I thank God for the word. I thank God for the word. Thank you. Shout out to my Alabama delegation.
Yes.
Jason Isbell performing for the Democrats gathered here in this hall. Welcome to Washington Post coverage from the United Center. We are watching the floor, bringing you the highlights. And of course, the big event tonight is Joe Biden taking the floor in what really will be a pivotal moment to transition from his time as the leader of this party, but also the standard bearer to Kamala Harris, his vice president. I'd like to welcome Hannah Knowles to the panel. So nice to see you. Thank you for being here. What has been the sense that you've gotten from people tonight about just their response and their interest in this moment?
I think everyone's just feeling like they just have this sigh of relief and they feel like everything is finally going their way. I mean, it just feels like a very, very happy convention and everyone's thrilled to be here with Kamala Harris as the nominee.
And we were talking a moment ago about Project 2025. So let's go back to JM Rieger in just a moment to hear more about his input on that. But how are you seeing, James, that factoring in tonight? There's like the optimism, but then there's like the fear factor they're also trying to set.
I am really I'm struck by how much they're trying to define the election in terms of Donald Trump. They want this election to be a referendum on Trump. In some ways, it feels very reminiscent of 2016 when they thought, wow, Donald Trump is so terrible. People obviously see that. And they're, you know, if this election's about Trump, Hillary Clinton's definitely going to win. And I'm not sure that's necessarily the case, but they are trying to convince those so-called double haters, the people who don't particularly like either candidate, that, you know, if you're watching, Trump is bad. He's not kind of the new Nixon. He's not new and improved the way Nixon ran in 68 after losing in 1960. And Trump has, of course, disavowed Project 2025. They've been playing a lot of videos in between that are basically campaign commercials, maybe a little longer. And they were just showing some hidden camera footage from some British investigative reporters where they talked to Russ Vought, who ran the Office of Management and Budget under Trump, and met in D.C. with these kind of undercover foreign journalists who were pretending to be representatives of a billionaire who wanted to give money. And he said, no, Trump's just lying and saying that he doesn't support Project 2025. He does support it. He has privately been very supportive. And all of that is to kind of try to convey Trump's not going to be more moderate in a second term. He is going to surround himself with these kind of hardcore religious zealots in this hidden camera footage. He talks about wanting to, you know, ban pornography and do a lot of things that Trump's certainly not out on the campaign trail talking about. I'm not sure it works, but they definitely see value in defining themselves in opposition to Trump and what Trump represents.
All right. Hannah, what are your questions about how tonight will go with Joe Biden sort of having this unique moment? I mean, what an incredible moment. If we stop and really think about it, to have him choose to step aside in the election, come tonight, give this speech, then as Tyler was telling us, he leaves after this to depart for vacation. What does this moment mean politically?
Well, I mean, I think the biggest question is just kind of, can Biden reassure people in this speech about his own kind of capabilities as commander-in-chief. I mean, I think he does have something to prove there for a lot of listeners who still have doubts. But, politically, it's a chance for him to kind of take a bit of a victory lap about his record and talk up all the policy achievements he and Kamala Harris have, and then pass the torch, but also just have his moment on this night.
What are you watching this week?
Oh, gosh. I'm actually leaving to go to Michigan tomorrow for a Trump rally because Trump is in a different battleground state every week. And so, I mean, they really, they're not letting us just focus on the DNC. They have counter programming every day. So I think I'm going to be watching how Trump reacts to what is happening here and how much he's monitoring it.
And how much is he able to react? I think I know the answer to this question, but it seems like, so I'll phrase it differently, it seems like he has been unable to listen to his advisors' requests to stay away from the personal attacks on Harris and talking about cosmetics and that he's more attractive than she is and things like that, and focus on the policies. Do you expect a change in that? Do you think Trump will have the discipline to focus on topics and policies and what's happening here this week and not just launch his personal attacks?
I think at this point we would be pretty surprised to see a new Donald Trump emerge, 8 years in? I mean, he's had many, many chances, and I think every time you think, okay, maybe he's getting it together, he pulls out some other outrageous claim. The most kind of recent one being this claim that Kamala Harris is not black, which obviously is false. And so, I mean, yeah, I don't see any reason to believe that he will turn the page here anytime soon.
I mean, it's really striking because, like, historically, obviously, we talked about counter-programming earlier with Rich Matthews, and there was this event today with Ron Johnson and Rick Scott at the Trump Hotel here. But, like, traditionally, historically, a couple things were different. One was that the rival candidate did sort of have a down week, maybe to do fundraisers or whatever. Trump actually had been pretty quiet for a couple of weeks, and now he seems to really want to get out there and get after it, go to these battleground states. And then the other thing that's changed is traditionally the nominee didn't come to these conventions until the final night, and now you have, you know, Kamala Harris here tonight. That was a tradition Trump really started in 2016 in Cleveland. Before that, it was pretty unusual. You didn't see him at all. I mean, what is it like going to the Trump rallies right now? How does it compare to before?
Gosh, you know, it feels like the same as it's always been, right? It's like you have so much changing in the race around him, but then you go to the Trump rally and it's kind of like the same old show every time.
The greatest hits.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the new thing is Kamala Harris is the opponent, and so you see them pivoting toward her and probably using some uglier attacks against her even than they used against Biden. Now, obviously, even when it was Biden, they said a lot of pretty nasty and personal things about him. But I think, you know, having that opponent be a woman of color has really brought out kind of a side of his supporters that we maybe hadn't seen come to the surface as much.
Well, thank you so much, Hannah Knowles. Really grateful to have you join us. I look forward to hearing what your reporting is from on the road. We gave you like one night in one town, and then it's on to the next thing. So thank you so much. JM Rieger, let's go to you for more on this question of Project 2025. You're about to tell us more about just what Democrats want people to take away from their warnings about it.
I think what's notable is Trump clearly sees the political peril. Democrats see the upside here. Trump sees the peril because he's in the past praised the Heritage Foundation, the Heritage Foundation's president, Kevin Roberts. And then he went on Fox after this sort of started to become a potent attack line against him in late July, and said that many of the points, his words, many of the points were fine. Many of the points were absolutely ridiculous in the plan. What I think is interesting also, though, is that Democrats are focusing so much on Project 2025 specifically, seemingly because they view this as sort of a short, succinct attack line on Trump. But all you have to do is look at Trump's words for a lot of what they're talking about and a lot of this sort of ominous language they're using around Project 2025. Trump has told us that he wants to expand and centralize power in a second term. He says that he wants to undermine independent agencies. He says he wants to overturn the spending authority of Congress. He said by having a line item veto, by being able to put out certain parts of spending bills that he doesn't like. He says, we heard reference there in that speech to Schedule F. That's talking about getting rid of nonpartisan federal workers and potentially installing loyalists to the Trump administration or to whoever is in the White House. He's talked about mass deportations. He's talked about deploying the National Guard into cities. And all of this, while in theory would have to be challenged in courts, Trump has reshaped a lot of the judiciary through the appointments from his first term. So overarching all this is what Democrats want to talk about, what they view as the threat of a second Trump term, and talking about, you know, we haven't heard as much talk tonight yet, or early, about democracy, the threat that Trump poses to democracy. Obviously, President Biden has talked a lot about that. I think one of the things that is worth keeping an eye on this week is how much does Kamala Harris herself talk about that. She's talked about not going back, talking about sort of individual freedoms and liberties as we talked off the top of the show. But how much does she talk about democracy as a theme? Because that's a lot of what the Democrats are really trying to get at when they talk about Project 2025.
All right, thanks so much, JM Rieger. Well, our colleague Joe Snell is here in the United Center. Joe, you've been talking with members of the uncommitted movement this week. Tell us what you've learned.
Yeah, the uncommitted movement is made up of voters dissatisfied with President Joe Biden's handling of the Israel-Gaza war. They're calling for voters to mark uncommitted on ballots, and they're pressing for an arms embargo on Israel and a permanent ceasefire. This movement came out in force in some primary votes. In February in Michigan, over 100,000 voters marked uncommitted on their ballots. In Minnesota, 1 in 5 Democratic voters did the same. Here in Chicago, protests have been happening since the war erupted on October 7th, and they've been taking place nearly weekly since then in places like the city's Little Palestine community. Those protests will culminate this week for the DNC as Kamala Harris heads to Chicago to accept her party's nomination. Now, top Democrats have been bracing for this moment. They've been meeting with leaders of the uncommitted movement as well as some of its allies, including the mayor of Dearborn, Michigan. Now, voters I spoke with, part of this movement, said that it's not enough. Until their core issues are met, they're going to continue to vote uncommitted and continue to come out with protests in full force.
So you were at an event this afternoon that brought together some of these uncommitted members. How did it go? What was the message?
Yeah, so just the fact that there was an official panel at the DNC schedule dedicated to talking about Israel-Palestine is significant in itself. It talks about how the Democratic Party is at least willing to have a conversation about Israel-Palestine. Now, the event happened at a satellite location about 5 miles away from here, and it was a packed room of over 300 people. And members of the uncommitted movement I spoke with acknowledged it was a significant and a historic moment. It was the first time a panel was dedicated to speaking about Israel-Palestine at a Democratic National Convention. But they said that it's not enough. More needs to be done. One voter told me that the prize is not in having a panel, it's in affecting policy change. Libby, back to you.
All right, thanks so much. Joe Snell reporting for us. There really has been a question of how much tension would be felt in this room, how much tension would be felt in Chicago this week. James, do you see the DNC trying to address this question of the grave concerns people have about all the lives lost in Gaza and the fact that the hostages taken on October 7th have not been returned yet? There's a lot of people calling for a ceasefire, but just what that means is a real question in this room.
I think the organizers are desperate to skirt the issue. I think that they want to project unity. They want to show they see parties and conventions as about winning an election, and they don't want to accentuate their divisions, just as their predecessors in 1968 didn't want to accentuate divisions among Democrats over the Vietnam War. And, I think a lot of the senior organizers I've talked to have expressed relief that the protests aren't as large as they expected. There hasn't been any real violence. And I think that they feel a sense of relief so far that it's not the defining story of the convention, that it's about Joe Biden tonight, that it's about Kamala Harris. I don't think that they see this as the venue to hash out these differences, understandably, for everything we just heard. There's a lot of people who see this as exactly the opportunity to raise these issues.
If not now, when and where?
Exactly. But the Stephanie Cutter, who's organizing the convention and setting up the programming, that she wants to win the election. She wants to come out of here showing that the Democrats are united, and so I think they're trying to avoid the subject. We saw it in the platform that they kind of had a nod to the horrible loss of life, but also a nod to what is called Israel's in the platform ironclad right to defend itself. I think you're trying to there are prominent Jewish folks here as well. I was walking earlier, and there was a group of people who all had credentials that showed they were on the National Finance Committee, which means they're major donors to the Democratic Party, and they were all wearing Israel flag lapel pins. So it's not a totally one-sided thing, and the result is the party doesn't want to have those fights. They want to avoid them. They're trying to avoid them, and the folks on the other side of the barricades, understandably, are doing all they can to keep the Gaza civilians in the conversation.
Rhonda, where do you see other points of tension among Democrats, and how are they trying to sort of work past that and through that this week?
Well, just to add to what James was saying, I talked to a delegate about the uncommitted delegates and how she feels about their presence here. Is she nervous about it? And she just said she hadn't really thought about it because there are only 30. They come from the 8 states that had the protest votes. So that doesn't really perhaps pack as much of a punch if they had been in greater number. So there isn't a major concern that this will be a 1968 floor fight or anything like that. But you have to remember, this has been a point of vulnerability for the current president. Kamala Harris is inheriting that right now, and she's going to have to figure out how to manage it because it does not appear that it's going anywhere. You are going to continue to have some of the protests that Jorge Ribas has been talking to us about. But it is interesting, too, because while the DNC might be tense about it, it's also the city of Chicago. I think Chicago has also been a little nervous that this will be 1968 times 2. And, you know, they're trying to make sure that it doesn't become that as well. But in terms of other tensions you might see with the Democratic Party, I do think it might be the old wing versus the new wing. That's something that isn't new. That can trace back to when a lot more progressives came into the House, and there was tension between the establishment of Democrats, led by Nancy Pelosi, and progressives. And sometimes you do still see some tension on the Hill with them, but they usually do come together. And I think that's what you're probably going to see here, too. But I think this party knows all eyes are on them right now, and they're going to make sure that publicly they appear very unified.
So we're hearing the song by Beyonce, Freedom, and we're seeing an advertisement played that's like an ad that promotes Kamala Harris for president. Of course, significant that Beyonce gave permission for that song to be used. It's the walk-on song that Kamala Harris uses at her rallies and events now. Rallies that have just packed the House and come so far in terms of generating enthusiasm and dominance of excitement, enthusiasm, really, among Democrats. Something we really couldn't have imagined just a few short months ago, James.
It really would have been unimaginable. In this Washington Post poll that we released yesterday, last month, just 4 weeks ago, only 20% of Democrats said they were happy about their choice in the election when it was Joe Biden. Now that number is 60%. And you feel it in the hall. You see it a lot from voters under 35, people who just were kind of checked out and are now excited about the election.
One thing that happened tonight is there was like a kind of a symbolic and honorary vote solidifying Tim Walz as the VP nominee. And so right now the crowd is just going wild as they see images of Kamala Harris on the screen and this ad that's rolling. So they've now said, sort of said, Tim Walz is officially the sidekick to Kamala Harris, and you're seeing the two of them able to get this enthusiasm and generate this excitement, Rhonda.
Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you a little anecdote. I stopped by a merch shop for delegates, and I asked the woman who was manning the table, what's the biggest selling item that you have right now? And she said it was the Madam President shirts, and they're a pink shirt. They have an image of Kamala Harris on there. She also said Harris for President buttons have gone. She was down to one shot glass that said Harris and DNC on it. But the one thing that wasn't selling, she said, was a mug with Biden, Clinton, and Obama on it. So it does seem as if there is this excitement around this current candidate, this next wave, and the energy.
And speaking of Kamala Harris making a surprise appearance right now on the floor of the Democratic Convention.
Yeah, the cheering in here.
Huge applause.
This is going to be a great week. And I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible President Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you. Thank you, Joe. And looking out at everyone tonight, I see the beauty of our great nation, people from
every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward. With optimism, hope, and faith, so guided by our love of country, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Let us fight for the ideals we hold dear, and let us always remember, when we fight, we win. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Good night, everyone.
Vice President Kamala Harris making a surprise entrance tonight, the nominee for Democrats to become the next president of the United States, really electrifying this room and this crowd and doing something significant, praising Joe Biden, because this is going to be Joe Biden's night. He's the keynote speaker tonight. I'd like to welcome to our conversation Senator Debbie Stabenow. So nice to see you, Senator.
It's wonderful to be here, and what a way to come in.
I know. I mean, you had your own walk-on music.
I know.
And
It was wonderful. Oh my gosh, this place is literally packed to the rafters. I mean, and
we're in the rafters.
We're in the rafters. Yes, but so exciting. I mean, I know we hear that over and over again, but it really is. It's really extraordinary. People are so excited, so hopeful. You know.
So you're in your last term as a senator. You've chosen to not run for re-election. Right. So this is, I'm sure, a very meaningful convention for you and a moment to reflect for you. I want to ask you, though, Michigan is such a crucial state, such a battleground state, and the Arab American community, the Muslim American community was so key to Joe Biden's win in 2020. How do you want Kamala Harris to make sure that she comes to Michigan and listens to your constituents about their concerns about Gaza and a ceasefire? A lot of their goals, I mean, they're just not reflected in the platform that we're seeing released.
Well, it's a very, very important issue. I really do have confidence that she's coming, her team's coming. They've been having meetings. I think, outside people talk about what about the protests. I think this is what democracy looks like when people engage. And people need to be heard. They need to have the opportunity to speak their minds, and then we need to figure out a way to get through this together. I mean, the whole situation in Gaza is horrible. It's just horrible. And, I've got citizens I represent who, whether they're Jewish or Arab Americans, who've lost loved ones, and it's a horrible situation. And certainly the loss of life in the Palestinian community, innocent loss of life, is horrible. And so at the same time, we need to bring the hostages home. So it's a complicated, really important set of issues that I believe she's prepared to tackle. I think she understands we have to speak out and show empathy about the innocent loss of life. We have to fight really hard to bring those hostages home. So we need to push on Netanyahu and Hamas to finally get a ceasefire. And that's happening right now, but we'll see where that goes. So it needs some toughness, it needs empathy, it needs respect, and I think she has all of those.
Rhonda.
Senator, you've served with President Biden as a colleague in the Senate.
Yes.
What do you think about what he should be saying tonight? This has to be a moment for him, for his family, for other Democrats like you who have been serving in the Democratic Party for a while. What should he tell the American people and his party tonight?
Well, I think we're going to hear a couple of things. First and foremost, he's going to say, I was really smart when I picked Kamala Harris as my vice president. And she's going to make a great president. And he's going to lay that out. He's going to talk about her being a partner with him. And then he's going to talk, which I think is really important, about the mess he was handled, that he faced, and how he has done more. I mean, I've worked with many presidents and represented Michigan both in the House and Senate, and I can say that we have a lot of presidents that I love, but in terms of actually getting the capacity to get things done for people in Michigan, he's been able to do that. You know, manufacturing renaissance, 44 new plants that we haven't had before, bringing jobs home, rebuilding America. He has a right to tell that story because it's a real story. And some of what's happened is that he's focused on things that are long term. I mean, you know, it's not sexy to talk about supply chains, you know, or to talk about the years it's going to take to rebuild manufacturing. But he's given a foundation based on things I've been working on for years that he's actually done. And the other thing I will say is that our vice president now, Kamala Harris, I believe, will take the next step on that foundation, focus on the real live issues that affect Americans every day. She was a dear friend in the Senate. We were in many meetings together where she said, let's talk about the things that keep families up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Senator, stay with us for a moment. We're going to go to the floor where Steve Kerr is speaking.
Great.
Hang with us if you can for a moment.
Thank you. It is so fun to be back here in the United Center. And as you guys know, a lot of good stuff has happened in this building, especially in the 90s. You young people, Google Michael Jordan and you can read all about it, okay? So there was an amazing vibe in this building back in those days, and I feel that same winning spirit here tonight. So the last time I was in a packed basketball arena was in Paris, France. 9 days ago, some of the best players on earth, 12 incredible American men, came together to win Olympic gold. And the next night, I was back in that same building watching 12 more of the best players on earth. Our incredible American women do the same thing. And I cannot think of a better metaphor for what this country is all about than the way Team USA came together at the Olympics. We had players from across our wonderful country, players who have trained and fought relentlessly, shed tears trying to beat one another throughout their careers, joining forces to wear the red, white, and blue. And when we won, the American flag raised to the rafters, the national anthem playing, gold medals draped around the necks of our players, whose hands were held over their hearts. It was the proudest moment of my life. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I could never have imagined that a few days later I would receive an invitation to step into a different kind of arena. And so here I am. I know very well that speaking out about politics these days comes with risks. I can see the shut up and whistle tweets being fired off as we speak. But I also knew as soon as I was asked that it was too important as an American citizen not to speak up in an election of this magnitude. The reason I said yes to speaking here tonight is that as a coach and former player, as a husband, a son, a father, even a grandfather, and as an American, I believe in a certain kind of leadership. I believe that leaders must display dignity. I believe that leaders must tell the truth. I believe that leaders should be able to laugh at themselves. I believe leaders must care for and love the people they are leading. I believe leaders must possess knowledge and expertise, but with the full awareness that none of us has all the answers. And in fact, some of the best answers often come from members of the team. And if you look for those qualities in your friends or your boss or an employee or your child's teacher or your mayor, then shouldn't you want those same qualities in your president? And when you think about it that way, this is no contest. With Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, I see all those qualities. They have devoted their lives to serving other people. Whether Vice President Harris was defending her community in the courtroom, or Governor Walz was inspiring the next generation in the classroom, or on the field, for that matter. By the way, coach to coach, that guy's awesome. Although, I have to say, Coach Walz, way too much reliance on the blitz in '99 against Mankato East. You had a strong defensive line. I would have played more press coverage with your corners and then dropped the safeties into a Tampa 2. That's just me. Sorry. I wanted you to know how I feel every day of the NBA season, all right? But listen, the joy, the compassion, the commitment to our country that we saw at the Olympics, that is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have. And it is what our country needs. Leadership, real leadership. Not the kind that seeks to divide us, but the kind that recognizes and celebrates our common purpose. Think about what our team achieved with 12 Americans in Paris, putting aside rivalries to represent our country. Now imagine what we could do with all 330 million of us playing on the same team. Not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as libertarians, but as Americans who know the greatness of this nation doesn't come from any one of us, but from each of us doing our part to build a more perfect union. That vision is what this campaign is all about. It's why I'm here tonight. And it's why I'll be getting out every day to help people get out and vote on November 5th and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of the United States. And after the results are tallied that night, we can, in the words of the great Steph Curry, we can tell Donald Trump, night, night. Thank you.
Steve Kerr. So from sports to the union. Up next is Shawn Fain, someone who we'll be hearing from. Talk to us, James, about just what it means to have this union presence here tonight.
Well, first I'll say these are the celebrities Donald Trump wishes he had. Trump would much prefer a Steve Kerr than a Hulk Hogan. You know, these are contemporary celebrities. Shawn Fain is a big deal because he got Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to come to the picket line in Michigan when the auto workers went on strike. He is very, very liberal, and he has held out for big concessions, big commitments, and came through with a significant endorsement for the vice president.
And we're seeing a lot of union members here tonight, Rhonda, union leaders on the stage earlier. Who does that speak to? What is the goal there?
It's a part of the Democratic coalition historically, is to have the union endorsements. But, you know, right now, bottom line, it speaks to Michigan. You know, that's a state where unions are big. There are many union leaders. And Michigan is one of those states that Democrats are going to need in their math in order to win the presidency. It's speaking to a lot of, not just Michigan, but a lot of this region, the Midwest. And just it adheres to some of the establishment of the Democratic Party, that wing. So I remember when we were at the RNC, we had a whole night where we had union leaders speak. And are we going to the floor? Okay, let's go to the floor.
Shawn Fain right now, he is down there getting a big warm welcome from the DNC.
All right. All right. Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening, America, and good evening to the people that make this world move, the working class. On behalf of 1 million active and retired members of the UAW, I am honored to support Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be our next president and vice president. And I want to say thank you to Joe Biden for making history by walking the picket line with the UAW. For the UAW and for working class people everywhere, this election comes down to one question. Which side are you on? On one side, we have Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who have stood shoulder to shoulder with the working class. On the other side, we have Trump and Vance, two lapdogs for the billionaire class who only serve themselves. So for us in the labor movement, it's real simple. Kamala Harris is one of us. She's a fighter for the working class. And Donald Trump is a scab. That's not just my opinion, that's a fact. All we have to do is look at the track record. When Donald Trump was president, corporate America ran wild. Donald Trump did not bring back the auto industry. When Donald Trump was president, auto plants closed. Trump did nothing. Trump told workers in Lordstown, Ohio, that he would be bringing all the auto jobs back. And Trump did nothing. In 2019, General Motor workers went on strike for 40 days for good jobs and a better life. And Trump did nothing. Talk is cheap. But in 2019, you know who was on the picket line standing shoulder to shoulder with auto workers? I'll give you a clue. Her initials are Kamala Harris. In 2023, who helped bring jobs back to Lordstown, Ohio? Kamala Harris. And in 2024, who will stand with the working class in our fight for justice? Kamala Harris. And that's the difference. Donald Trump is all talk, and Kamala Harris walks the walk. Woo. In the words of the great American poet, Nellie, it's getting hot in here. It's hot in here. It's hot in here because you're fired up and you're fed up, and the American working class is fired up and fed up. The American working class is in a fight for our lives. And if you don't believe me, just last night, blue-collar workers, the UAW members at Cornell University had to walk out on strike for a better life because they're fighting corporate greed. And our only hope is to attack corporate greed head on. Corporate greed turns blue-collar blood, sweat, and tears into Wall Street stock buybacks and CEO jackpots. It causes inflation. It hurts workers. It hurts consumers, and it hurts America. And corporate greed is alive and well in the auto industry. You know, last fall, we achieved life-changing gains in our strike at the Big Three. We even won a commitment to reopen a closed plant not too far from here. We were able to do that thanks to the support of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the thousands of auto workers that went on strike. But a year later, one company wants to go back on their commitments in our contract. And let me be clear, Stellantis must keep the promises they made to America in our union contract. And the UAW will take whatever action necessary at Stellantis or any other corporation to stand up and hold corporate America accountable. And when the UAW stands up, we know who stands with us and who stands against us. Donald Trump laughs about firing workers who go on strike. And Kamala Harris stands shoulder to shoulder with workers when they're on strike. And that's the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump the scab. Trump is pushing divide and conquer tactics of the rich. It's the oldest trick in the book. They want to blame the frustrations of working class people. They want to take those frustrations, they want to blame it on race. They want to blame it on LGBTQ plus people. They want to blame it on some destitute and desperate person at the border. They do that because they want working class people to be divided and to focus and keep the focus off the one true enemy, corporate greed. The rich think we're stupid, but working class Americans see this for what it is. This is our generation's defining moment. So I have a question for you. Are you ready to stand up, speak up, and show up and put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House? We need a defender of the working class in the White House, someone who is one of us, and someone who knows how to fight. And that fighter is the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Please welcome New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership. You know, 6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance. My family was fighting off foreclosure, and we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the realities of working people. It was then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress. And America, in my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as President and Vice President of the United States of America. I am here tonight because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home. In Kamala Harris, I see a leader who understands. I see a leader with a real commitment to a better future for working families. And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends. And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life. The truth is, Don, you cannot love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business. To love this country is to fight for its people, all people, working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there. You know, ever since I got elected, Republicans have attacked me by saying that I should go back to bartending. But let me tell you, I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living. Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that. Leaders like Kamala and Tim. But Chicago, just because the choice is clear to us does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, We will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th. But we cannot send Kamala and Tim to the White House alone. Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people. Because if you are a working parent trying to afford rent and childcare, Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you. America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless you all.
Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez bringing down the House. She started her speech and she had to stop because so many people were chanting AOC, AOC, and you can hear her chanting right now. She is someone who commands a lot of attention, a lot of energy, and she talked about Gaza and talked about pushing for a ceasefire, saying she believes Kamala Harris is pushing for that and working tirelessly for it. So let's bring in Rich Matthews. Rich, you know, AOC is a politician through and through. She is a member of Congress. She would probably cringe to hear this, but a lot of people think of her as sort of a congressional celebrity. But let's talk about who the actual celebrities are here tonight. People who work in the entertainment industry, people who are musicians or performers or actors. Who are they and who's here?
Well, yeah, again, like you said, no doubt there's a lot of celebrities on stage this week. Barack Obama, you know, I mean, it doesn't get any bigger as a political celebrity right now. Maybe not. If you're a news junkie, this is Nirvana. I saw Anderson Cooper earlier today. Lester Holt did NBC Nightly News from literally right next to me. I've heard Libby Casey is here somewhere. But other celebrities, while we were getting ready today, we heard James Taylor rehearsing. He's going to take the stage in literally just a few minutes and sing. We already heard Mickey Guyton and Jason Isbell. And get this, I walked through security today with Spike Lee. And kind of interesting tidbit, he got an extended pat down, and I am 100% certain that the uniformed Secret Service officer performing that pat down did not know who he was. I want to mention two rumors, just rumors, but they have been widely reported. There is a rumor that Beyonce will perform here on Thursday night, sometime before Harris. That's not completely made up. Beyonce has given Harris permission to use her song Freedom in campaign ads, and she has also been known to perform at political events in the past, including for Barack Obama. And now that I am reaching, I'll reach a little farther. This is my last one, but there is a buzz around here that maybe Taylor Swift will make an appearance. It is mathematically possible. She actually wraps up her European leg of her Eras Tour tomorrow night in London. And if you remember, she flew halfway across the world to attend the Super Bowl and watch her boyfriend Travis Kelce play. So again, not saying it's going to happen, but it is possible that Taylor Swift will be here. If she's here, my daughter might never speak to me again. And then the last final note, there are a lot of celebrities in town, even if they aren't going to be taking the stage. Jon Stewart is here with The Daily Show. John Legend is here giving a performance at a relatively new concert venue, raising money for Democrats called the Salt Shed. There's a lot of star power here in Chicago this week. Libby?
Thanks, Rich Matthews. Let's talk about what we do know about tonight and what will be happening. James Taylor will be performing. We do know that. And then, this is interesting talking about Barack Obama as like a celebrity. 'Cause, he's like a former president. So there is this desire to try to have the old guard of politics and the new guard of politics. And because Obama has used his political capital somewhat sparingly, he does sort of have a little more maybe electricity around him when he speaks in big crowds like this, when he says that it's time for him to indeed jump in and get on the campaign trail and activate. How instrumental were some of these people, though, in this transitional moment of saying goodbye to Joe Biden and saying hello to Kamala Harris?
Yeah, I think the kids call it Riz or aura. And Obama certainly has it. And, we talk about celebrity. There has been this celebrification of our politics, which in some ways began with Barack Obama in 2008. And it's very possible that Joe Biden will be our last president who was not a celebrity. Kamala Harris is a celebrity. We talked about AOC, celebrity. But we talked earlier tonight about how the party decides. It's the name of a famous political science textbook from the 1950s. The party decides. And the Democratic Party, the establishment still decides. In 2020, people forget this, but remember Bernie Sanders was on a glide path to the Democratic nomination, coming out of Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada. It looked like Bernie Sanders could be the nominee. And all the party leaders, the Barack Obamas, the Nancy Pelosi's, the Chuck Schumers, quietly, behind the scenes, wired it so that Joe Biden would be the nominee. It wasn't because they wanted Joe Biden to be the nominee. It was because they did not want Bernie to be the nominee. They saw it as an electoral disaster. They wanted to beat Trump. And so they kind of pushed everyone. People were calling, remember, right before Super Tuesday, Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, Elizabeth Warren. They all started dropping out. You better O'Rourke endorsed Biden. And a lot of the same players in 2020 who pushed Bernie aside and got Biden the nomination in 2024 were instrumental in pushing Biden aside to make Kamala Harris the nominee. It is a reminder of the influence of the party establishment. People talk about that, the establishment. Who is that? And Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, very much part of the Democratic establishment. And it is a change because, Obama was this outsider 16 years ago, and now it's very much his party.
Yeah. Rhonda, we are about to hear from Secretary of State, former First Lady Hillary Clinton.
I would say some people might consider her a celebrity.
Absolutely.
No, what it also, too, is that these people also represent a little bit of nostalgia for a lot of Democrats and a lot of American voters. As you mentioned, we don't see Barack Obama out much or talking much, giving a lot of interviews.
There was this crazy moment where people were like, Michelle Obama should be the nominee. Everyone could agree on that. Too. And you can imagine they were like, don't even, not a chance.
But there is a sense of nostalgia, and that is something that, could speak to a lot of people. It reminds them of days gone by or days they think were better than what we're in right now. I've even heard presidents joke that people like them better once there's some distance between their administration and the current day. So I think that does build some energy. I'll also note, given what our colleague Rich just went through about all the celebrities who may or may not be here this week, it speaks to the fact that this convention, even though there's been a bit of a scramble getting the top of the ticket lined up, they had a virtual roll call, of course, to make her the nominee in time to circumvent the Ohio ballot rule. But you are seeing more people wanting to be a part of this that did not want to be originally.
Yes.
There has been reporting on that.
Such a great point.
A lot of the organizers are like, this is a nightmare. We have had, hotels and tickets already. I think we have a big guest.
Yes, we have Hillary Clinton taking the stage, former Secretary of State, former First Lady, former Senator of New York, addressing the delegates here at this Democratic National Convention.
Americans. Thank you so much. You know, thank you all. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. There's a lot of energy in this room, just like there is across the country. Something is happening in America. You can feel it. Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time. First, though, let's salute President Biden. He has been democracy's champion at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and competence back to the White House. And he showed what it means to be a true patriot. Thank you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership. And now we are writing a new chapter in America's story. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state to ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. "No more delays," she wrote. "Give us the vote." And since that day, every generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless black congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm she ran for president. And her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president. If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president. And nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams. Afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here. I wish my mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry would say, keep going. Women fighting for reproductive health care are saying, keep going. Families building better lives, parents stretching to afford child care, young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going. So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. You know, the story of my life and the history of our country is that progress is possible, but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice we face in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward. I know her heart and her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers, helping children who were abused and neglected. That kind of work changes a person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she protected, every family she helped, every community she served. So as president, she will always have our backs, and she will be a fighter for us. She will fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide. As a prosecutor, Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history, the first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions. As Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room. We also know, as Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans. She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never understand. So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record. He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar. But we have him on the run now. So, no matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign. And America needs every one of us, our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we've put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all, I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families. The freedom to work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States. Because, my friends, when a barrier falls for one of us, it falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love. I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
I think it's fair to say that we all stand on the shoulders of Hillary Clinton. So, I'm just checking. Are you ready to join this fight yet? Okay, that's the answer I was looking for. So I want you to text JOIN to 30330 and get involved. Now, what does fighting for the people exactly look like? Let's go back to 2011 when Kamala Harris was Attorney General of California. The housing crisis had devastated American families, and the big banks had forced Californians out of their homes. Well, Kamala Harris stood up to those banks, and she secured a $20 billion settlement for California families. That is fighting for the people. And that is something that our next speaker knows all about. Please welcome the fearless fighter from South Carolina, Congressman Jim Clyburn.
Thank you. 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 Thank you, and good evening. Thank you, South Carolina. Thank you. Four years ago, Americans were experiencing high anxieties and great uncertainties. A deadly virus raged, schools closed, businesses shuttered. Donald Trump mismanaged the crisis from day one, looking out for himself instead of the country. The American people responded to the crisis in leadership by electing new leaders. Thanks to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we reopened our schools, brought back our businesses, and restored our faith in the American can-do spirit. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we reduced the price of prescription drugs, repaired roads and bridges, and replaced lead pipes. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we are honoring our heroes in uniform and expanded benefits to over 1 million veterans. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, Make It in America is no longer just a slogan, but a movement that is bringing millions of manufacturing jobs back to America. For President Biden's lifetime of achievement in service of his country, we owe him a great debt of gratitude. And we're all grateful for one of the best decisions he made, selecting Kamala Harris as his vice president and endorsing her to succeed him. I often say that we are but the sum of our experiences. In the introduction to my memoir, I wrote, "All my experiences have not been pleasant, but I consider all of them to be blessings." So has been the case with Kamala. Her experiences have prepared her for this moment. Kamala Harris is a true battle-tested leader, a district attorney, attorney general, senator, and vice president who gets things done. While Donald Trump has been bragging about how he overturned Roe, Kamala has been fiercely advocating for the respectation of reproduction freedoms. While Trump has been looking out for himself and his billionaire buddies, Kamala has been fighting to lower costs for all Americans. And while Trump falsely pleads ignorance of Project 2025, which in my opinion is Jim Crow 2.0, Kamala has been offering the American people enlightened proposals and visionary leadership. Having grown up in a parsonage, I often look to the good book for understanding and guidance. As 2 Corinthians informs, we are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted, but not forsaken, cast down, but not destroyed. Our great democracy has been tested, and so has the basic goodness of the American people. But our resolve to remain a great country with freedom and justice for all will not falter. We will continue our march toward a more perfect union, united in our common purpose and emboldened by our resolve to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of these United States of America. Thank you and Godspeed.
Congressman Jim Clyburn of South Carolina, someone who was pivotal in getting Joe Biden to the Democratic nomination 4 years ago, talking about the future now and electing Kamala Harris as the next president. We're about to enter a stretch of other members of Congress. We'll also hear from Kentucky's governor and Senator Raphael Warnock of Georgia. And, of course, this is all building to a series of Delawareans, Senator Chris Coons, First Lady Jill Biden, then Ashley Biden, and then President Joe Biden will cap off this night, a night really of transition, Rhonda.
A lot of transition. You know, what struck me when Hillary Clinton spoke, which people at home, if you did not hear the applause, my goodness, it was off the charts. It really was. And I noticed, too, other people who are in the level we are, which is the top of the arena, everyone was standing and watching it. It felt like a moment where she was passing a baton. You know, she was the last woman to run for president. She also shares the fact that she was the other woman running against Donald Trump. And it just felt like she was passing the baton to this next generation to take it further, take what she did further, mention the glass ceiling and the cracks and a glass ceiling. But I think she was also talking to America as well, because she said we need to keep fighting. And it sounded as if she wanted to reach those people who might be on the fence about voting, might be on the fence about which candidate. That really wasn't addressed to the nation, more so than just speaking about Harris or the event here.
The most memorable moment of Hillary Clinton's speech was when the crowd started chanting "Lock her up," and she loved it. You could just tell.
It was like a sly
she
smile.
Smirked. It was sly. That's the perfect word. And she was soaking it in. And she said, "Sound familiar?" She was talking about Donald Trump belittling her and criticizing her laugh, just as he did in 2016. And she clearly was relishing this passing the baton. I think she's developed a rapport with Kamala Harris. They're the only two women who have run against Donald Trump, I was struck by how rapturous the applause was for Hillary Clinton.
What a different world it could have been if she had been elected in 2016 and won re-election. She would be wrapping up an 8-year term.
Yeah.
Just history had a different path. Let's go back down to the floor and Congressman Jamie Raskin.
Hello, America. And welcome to the Democracy Convention. Welcome to the Freedom Convention. And thank you for the beautiful weather, Chicago. It's been a little rough on Capitol Hill, where it's not just the heat, it's the stupidity. Now, we meet in this great city tonight where Abraham Lincoln was nominated in 1860 to save the Union from fanatical insurrectionists, and where Franklin D. Roosevelt was renominated by Democrats in 1940 to defeat fascist dictators. Now, we fight in our time to defend our freedom and our democracy against the banana Republicans who have converted Lincoln's party into a dangerous cult of personality. I'll never forget the pounding on the doors of the House chamber on January 6th, or the screams to follow. Hundreds of our police officers taunted and attacked, 140 of them wounded by extremists wielding baseball bats, steel pipes, even American flags. 5 people died that day, and 4 more of our officers took their own lives in the days and weeks to come. All of this after Trump was defeated by more than 7 million votes by the great Joe Biden. It was after 80 judges rejected every ridiculous claim raised by this sore loser who does not know how to take no for an answer from American voters, American courts, or American women. Remember what the mob chanted as they stormed the Capitol and injured our officers? Hang Mike Pence. Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, not that the vice president is executed. Pence has now joined more than 24 officials from Donald Trump's own administration in denouncing him, an historical record. And Pence is the first vice president in more than 2 centuries not to support the president he served with in a general election. And by the way, J.D. Vance, do you understand why there was a sudden job opening for running mate on the GOP ticket? They tried to kill your predecessor. They tried to kill him because he would not follow Trump's plan to destroy and nullify the votes of millions of Americans. Your votes, Pennsylvania. Your votes, Michigan. Your votes, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona. Are we going to go back to the days of election suppression and violent insurrection? We're not going back. Well, look, 1 week after that beautiful day, as Trump calls it, the Republicans, 10 Republicans, joined all of the Democrats to impeach Trump for the worst high crime and misdemeanor ever committed by a president, inciting insurrection against our own Constitution. Make no mistake, a man who uses fraud, theft, and violence to take power will commit any crime to keep it. And now Trump's promising to pardon hundreds of his fellow criminal convicts and insurrectionists. He calls for, quote, the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those in the Constitution. My friends, are we the people going to let Donald Trump terminate our Constitution and obliterate the blessings of liberty for our posterity? That's right, we're going to elect Kamala Harris. We're going to elect the career prosecutor and inspiring public servant and Coach Walls, and we're going to defeat Donald Trump, the career criminal and incorrigible recidivist con man, and his pet chameleon, J.D. Vance. And America, let's make it a landslide so big that Donald Trump and his kangaroo court Supreme Court justices cannot even try to steal it. Let's make every vote count. Let's make sure every vote is counted. Let's let freedom ring, and let's let democracy work in America.
This is live coverage from the Washington Post. Jamie Raskin is known to bring down the House, someone who sat on the J6 committee, Rhonda.
Yeah, and that was his focus, talking about bringing back to people's memory the insurrection. He served on the Select Committee, and, you know, that was probably his purpose.
Constitutional law scholar.
Yeah, that too. He's often sought after on the Hill to talk about constitutional law. But yeah.
Let's go to Jorge Ribas. I've got Jorge down on the floor with a delegate. Jorge.
Yes, Libby. So I'm here with Danny Isaacson, who's part of the Ohio delegation, and I wanted to talk to you, Danny. Just tell me if this is your first convention, and how's it going for you so far tonight?
This is my first convention, and it's been unbelievable. I am so excited to be here. The whole crowd is just full of energy for, frankly, the change we want to see in this country. We're ready for generational change. We're ready for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be the President and Vice President of the United States.
What have you heard tonight from the speakers that that you feel positive about? What do you want to hear more about over the next 4 days?
Secretary of State Clinton was clear. This is about freedom. We are the party of freedom and patriotism, the freedom to make your own healthcare choices, the freedom to have a job and not be forced, down by corporate greed, the freedom to raise your family and be able to afford your home. That's what AOC was talking about. That's what Secretary Clinton was talking about. It's what Sean Fain from the UAW was talking about, that we are the party that's investing in workers, that stands with workers. We're not the party like the other guys who are screwing the worker. We are here to stand with them and to fight for them, and that's what it's been about tonight. And I think moving forward, we're going to see it this whole week about how this party is committed to creating opportunities for the people in this room, for the people all over the country, so they can pay their rent, so they can afford their property taxes back in Ohio, so their kids go to good schools, so they can find access to health care, and not just in the urban core, but in rural areas too, because if it takes you an hour and a half to get to an urgent care clinic from a rural area, or it takes you an hour and a half on 3 buses in Cincinnati, your access issue is the same, and this is the party that recognizes that.
Tell me, okay, put yourself in your shoes. It's early July. Joe Biden is still running. What was your mood then compared to how do you feel now?
I'm an Ohio Democrat, so I was committed to winning no matter what, and we were all in from day one. We've been on the ground, we're registering voters, we're going to college campuses, we're out in the community every day, so we are as ready to win as we were then, but there's no doubt the energy and the enthusiasm here is infectious. We all feel it. This is historic. We're going to win in November. We're going to send Kamala Harris to the White House, and everyone in here is committed to that goal, and it feels pretty good.
All right, thanks, Danny. Yeah, Libby, back to you upstairs.
Thanks so much, Jorge, who is down on the floor, a delegate from Ohio. Let's talk about what is to come tonight and what some of the messages are. We've seen Hillary Clinton talk about putting more cracks in that glass ceiling. We're going to hear a large focus on reproductive rights. We have already. We'll hear more of it. And then it'll all culminate with the Bidens. Rhonda, what does the party want people to leave with tonight? Viewers on television, but also people in this room.
Well, I think one of the themes right now is, the main theme is for the people. That's the official theme of tonight. But they are showing a lot of diversity. They are showing younger members of the party. Right now behind us is Jasmine Crockett, a representative from Texas, who has been getting a lot of attention on the Hill, too, as potentially a rising star. So they want to show that wing of the party, but we've also seen some of the old-time Democrats.
The elder statesmen.
Yes, Hillary Clinton. It is, honestly, this is a jam-packed first night. It almost makes you wonder what's going to be left for the next few nights. But, of course, this is a culmination into President Biden, who a lot of delegates are saying they want to hear from him. They want to celebrate him. I've heard that today, is that this is his moment. We've heard when even his name has been mentioned in some of the speeches that he gets a lot of applause. So I think people are feeling grateful because he did lead to this moment of energy, momentum. We've talked about the Post poll that came out yesterday showing that Harris does have a slight lead. She has a lead among independents, has a lead among over those folks who are under 40. The other thing is, I was just thinking about a delegate I spoke to downstairs who is the youngest member of the DNC. That's what she told me. She's only 17 years old. She's chairing the high school delegates. She said she will turn 18 in time for the election, so she gets to vote. But I asked her, what are your peers saying about the change of the ticket? And she said, a lot of them are excited because the Democrats now have effective messengers to younger people. She said even that she has friends who are maybe lean conservative or moderate that want to vote for Harris now. So there has been a bit of a change. It is anecdotal, but it also seems to be things that we can actually point to, that there is this energy behind Harris right now. the main question is, are they going to be able to maintain it?
Let's bring JM Rieger into the conversation. JM, who is in Washington, holding things there together for us. And, JM, one thing you've been thinking about and looking at are the Republicans and just how different it is to see this kind of party unity compared to what we saw at the RNC. Talk to us about the contrast of seeing former presidential candidates, former presidents, and Barack Obama speaking later this week, even seeing this torch being passed from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris. Contrast that to the Republicans.
I think it's really striking, Libby, as you just laid out, the kind of pendulum of momentum, if you will, that has swung over the last 3 to 4 weeks. We came out of the RNC, and all we were talking about was how unified it felt like the party was, even as it felt like Trump may have missed the moment a little bit in that 90-minute speech on the culmination of the convention there. The Republicans came out of that convention with a lot of momentum, very unified, a lot of questions about President Joe Biden at that time. And now here we are, 3-4 weeks later. The momentum seems squarely on the Democrat side at this point. That's showing up in polling. It's a remarkable turnaround. It's a remarkable kind of turn of events that's happened here. And you can feel it here in Washington, D.C. You can feel it coming through the screen, the applause, the entrances, the reception that the speakers are getting. Rhonda just mentioned it. The event so far has been so jam-packed, you wonder who's left for the rest of the week. And even when Harris came out on stage there, Libby, roughly an hour plus ago, that was sort of a page out of Trump's playbook, if you will, right? Trump appeared every single night in 2016 during that convention. Same thing this time in 2024, and same thing in 2020, I should say, as well. And that was something that she also took a page out of his playbook, talking about the no taxes on tips when she was talking about economic policy a few days ago. So, this is something where the Democrats, what you're trying to do out of a convention is get those moments, boost the enthusiasm, unify the party, and get some big breakout moments. Seems like so far Democrats have been able to do that. You go down the list of speakers, right? Sean Fain, the UAW president, Hillary Clinton, former Secretary of State, applause lines throughout that speech. The standing ovation at the beginning of her, before she'd even started, was a couple of minutes, right? And even Jim Clyburn, Jamie Raskin just a moment ago, right? These are folks who are really building the momentum to the culmination of the night here with a few Biden speaking, as you've laid out, Libby.
All right, thanks, JM. And it's almost normal, but not normal. No George W. Bush at the RNC. No Mitt Romney, former candidate like Hillary Clinton was, who didn't win, at the RNC. No Mike Pence at the RNC. And we sort of take it for granted it's Trump's party. But contrast that with this, James.
All the formers except Jimmy Carter are here. They're all getting speaking roles. It is a remarkable contrast to the degree to which, when Barack Obama won the Democratic nomination in 2008, he didn't kick out all the Clinton people. He brought Hillary Clinton into his cabinet as Secretary of State and kind of a team of rivals. He was inspired by that Doris Kearns Goodwin book about Abraham Lincoln's cabinet during the Civil War. And the Democratic Party is trying to project this message of, it's a big tent. It's a coalition. Even tonight, we've talked about old versus young, but it is sort of the far left of the party, the AOCs, the Jamie Raskins, and some of the more moderate members, in like a Jim Clyburn, frankly. And I think that you just didn't see that. There are a lot more electeds talking here than at the RNC. They kind of, at the RNC, they were trying to dispatch pretty early in the night with the senators. They would have them go rat-a-tat-tat. And here they are giving these, they're trying to elevate them. They are rising stars. I think everyone remembers Barack Obama's speech at the 2004 DNC, that put him, so they all want their moment. But we've heard a bunch of members of Congress, and they all have good one-liners. Jasmine Crockett from Texas, she just said Kamala Harris has a resume. Donald Trump has a rap sheet. The crowd loved that line. And I think that part of what organizers are trying to do is introduce all these rising stars. I was at the Democratic Governors Association. They had a little area, and they put up a bench here, and it's, the idea is that we have a bench. Democrats have this bench of all these up-and-coming candidates that Republicans don't have.
Yeah. You almost wonder if it speaks to the health of a party because, as you mentioned, there were those people who did not show up. I remember even reaching out to Mitt Romney's office to see if he'd do an interview before the RNC, and it was, kind of a quick no. So there was they didn't even want to talk about not going. But here you are seeing, kind of the multiple shades of Democrat all get, kind of equal applause.
Yeah.
It just seems like more of a nod to your point, a nod to the old conventions and how you said that they used to be platforms for folks who were rising stars to get their name out on the national stage, and it feels like that right now.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't note, in addition to everything we just said, which is correct, that there are some vulnerable Democrats who are up for re-election this year who are not here because they don't want to be identified with the National Democratic brand. So John Tester, the senator from Montana, facing a tough re-election fight. Sherrod Brown from Ohio, even Jackie Rosen from Nevada, not making the trip. Saying, "Oh, we're staying in our state to campaign," but there's a bunch of Democrats who represent red areas, and you don't necessarily want to be pictured with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Right, and some of the competitive House seats as well. They'll send out a press release saying we're just, paying attention during this recess month, paying attention to our states. But really, it's a real calculation, and I think it was even more of a calculation when Biden was at the top of the ticket, whether or not to come. So, that has been a really interesting piece that I've been watching too, is the effect on down ballot.
All right, well, let's get ready to go back to the floor. We are seeing some more of those rising stars in the party, but also some Americans who are here to tell their story. Let's listen.
Packing for the hospital should be a joyful moment. For us, it was different. We were told with 100% certainty we would lose our baby girl, Willow, and we were sent home. For 3 days, we waited until Amanda was sick enough to receive standard abortion care. Eventually, Amanda's temperature spiked. She was shaking, disoriented, and crashing. I don't remember what I threw into our bag that day, only that instead of welcoming Willow, I was hoping Amanda's life could be saved. I'm here tonight because the fight for reproductive rights isn't just a woman's fight. This is about fighting. This is about fighting for our families. And as Kamala Harris says, our future.
Every time I share our story, my heart breaks. For the baby girl we wanted desperately, for the doctors and nurses who couldn't help me deliver her safely, for Josh, who feared he would lose me too. But I was lucky. I lived. So I'll continue sharing our story, standing with women and families across the country. Today, because of Donald Trump, more than 1 in 3 women of reproductive age in America lives under an abortion ban. A second Trump term would rip away even more of our rights. Passing a national abortion ban, letting states monitor pregnancies and prosecute doctors, restricting birth control and fertility treatments. We cannot let that happen. We need to vote as if lives depend on it, because they do.
Two years ago, my husband and I were expecting our second child. Our daughter, Lauren, couldn't wait to be a big sister. I was getting ready for her 4th birthday party when something didn't feel right. 2 emergency rooms sent me away. Because of Louisiana's abortion ban, no one would confirm that I was miscarrying. I was in pain, bleeding so much my husband feared for my life. No woman should experience what I endured, but too many have. They write to me saying, what happened to you happened to me. Sometimes they're miscarrying, scared to tell anyone, even their doctors. Our daughters deserve better. America deserves better. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will fight for reproductive rights and our freedom and our shared future.
Growing up, I was an all-American girl. Varsity soccer captain, cheerleading captain, homecoming queen, and survivor. I was raped by my stepfather after years of sexual abuse. At age 12, I took my first pregnancy test, and it was positive. That was the first time I was ever told, you have options. I can't imagine not having a choice. But today, that's the reality for many women and girls across the country because of Donald Trump's abortion bans. He calls it a beautiful thing. What is so beautiful about a child having to carry her parent's child? There are other survivors out there who have no options. And I want you to know that we see you. We hear you. Kamala Harris will sign a national law to restore the right to an abortion. She will fight for every woman and every girl, even those who are not fighting for her. And now, I am honored to introduce another champion for women, a leader who's fought for me and for so many others, Governor Andy Beshear.
Duvall is one of the bravest people I've ever met. I'm amazed at the courage it takes to share her pain, to share her truth. Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country. That's why we must tear away any chance he can ever be president ever again. In 21 states, Trump's actions have resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies. That leaves 12-year-old girls like Hadley with no options. That fails any test of humanity, any test of basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country. In Kentucky, We put reproductive freedom on the ballot last November, and I beat Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell's hand-picked candidate by more than 5 percentage points. This November, we're going to beat them again. Elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and protect reproductive freedom. Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom. Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women had their basic rights eliminated. J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong. And a woman grieving a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all. All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions. Freedom over their own bodies. Freedom about whether to pursue IVF. Freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are. My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. And the parable of the Good Samaritan says we are all each other's neighbors. So I want anyone watching tonight, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here. We believe in an America where we live out our values, end anger politics once and for all, and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans. That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lead. They both called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for. They asked me what Kentuckians needed, and folks, they delivered. Kamala Harris gets it. She knows we must move beyond anger, extremism, and division, that everyone has dignity and deserves respect. America, we're going to win. And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Please welcome Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock.
Well, hello, America. Thank you so very much. On January 5th, 2021, The people of Georgia did an amazing thing. They sent a black kid who grew up in public housing and the Jewish son of an immigrant to the United States Senate in one fell swoop. And among those Georgians was my then 82-year-old mother. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia. Do you know where that is? It's way across Georgia. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia, where she picked other people's cotton and other people's tobacco. But because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton and somebody else's tobacco picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator. This is my America. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, America, for raising your voice and using your vote. A vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children, and our prayers are stronger when we pray together. And so together we flipped the Senate, held the House, and we sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. Together we vaccinated our citizens, we fortified our cities and our towns, and we stood by our small businesses. Together we set out to heal the land. A nation besieged by a deadly pandemic and beset by the awful and divisive rhetoric of a man too small for the office entrusted him or the task set before him. The day after my January 5th election, he instigated an insurrection, a violent assault on our nation's capital and the peaceful transfer of power, all driven by the big lie. But behind the big lie was an even bigger lie. It is the lie that this increasingly diverse American electorate does not get to determine the future of the country. The lie and the logic of January 6th is a sickness. It is a kind of cancer that then metastasized into dozens of voter suppression laws all across our country. And we must be vigilant tonight because these anti-democratic forces are at work right now in Georgia and all across our country. And the question is, who will heal the land? And so here we are, America. Are you ready? Are you ready to stand up in this moral moment? Stand up for the best in the American covenant. Elections are about the character of a country. And we must decide, again, we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the promise of January 5th and the peril of January 6th. A nation that embraces all of us or just some of us. Donald Trump's America is the America of January 6th. People who have no vision traffic in division. He does not know how to lead us, and so he wants to divide us. America, make no mistake, Donald Trump is a plague on the American conscience. He is a clear and present threat to the precious covenant we share with one another. And yes, I saw him holding the Bible and endorsing a Bible as if it needed his endorsement. He should try reading it. It says, do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God. He should try reading it. It says, love your neighbor as yourself. It says, inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these, you have done it also unto me. I choose the American covenant. E pluribus unum, out of many one. I choose January 5th. I choose a nation that provides a path for ordinary people and gives every child a chance. And that's Joe Biden's America. And he's been fighting for it for more than a half century. President Biden, America is so much better because of you, a true patriot who has always put the people first. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. But I'll tell you something else. Not only is that Joe Biden's America, that's Kamala Harris's America. She was leading with Joe Biden when we expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty in America nearly in half. We ought to renew it. She cast a tie-breaking vote for my bill capping the cost of insulin to no more than $35 per month for seniors. We ought to extend it to everybody. Together we passed an infrastructure bill, bolstered American manufacturing and clean energy, an investment in the house that we all share together. And I've got news for you, we are just getting started. Are you ready to win this election? Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represent the new way forward. We're not going back. We're not going back because we are the United States of America. We always dream about the future. And so forward on women's reproductive rights, because we believe that a patient's room is too small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. That's too many people in the room. Forward on worker rights, because most people do not mind working, they just want to share in the prosperity that they are creating for others. Forward on voting rights, forward on affordable housing and access to health care. We are moving forward. And so I'm inspired tonight. I'm inspired by all of you. I'm inspired by the resilience of an American spirit that has rebounded from the pandemic and is holding at bay the forces that are trying to divide us. And I'm inspired tonight by the memory of my late father, a preacher and a junk man. Monday through Friday, he lifted old broken cars and put them on the back of an old rig. But on Sunday morning, the man who lifted broken cars lifted broken people whom other people had discarded and told them that they were God's somebody. My dad discovered strength in the broken places, a power made perfect in weakness. And so I'm convinced tonight that we can lift the broken even as we climb. I'm convinced tonight that we can heal sick bodies. We can heal the wounds that divide us. We can heal a planet in peril. We can heal the land. And in a strange way, the pandemic taught us how. A contagious airborne disease means that I have a personal stake in the health of my neighbor. If she's sick, I may get sick also. Her health care is good for my health. I'm just trying to tell you that we are as close in our humanity as a cough. I need my neighbor's children to be okay so that my children will be okay. I need all of my neighbor's children to be okay. Poor inner city children in Atlanta and poor children of Appalachia. I need the poor children of Israel and the poor children of Gaza. I need Israelis and Palestinians. I need those in the Congo, those in Haiti, those in Ukraine. I need American children on both sides of the track to be okay. Because we are all God's children. And so let's stand together. Let's work together. Let's organize together. Let's pray together. Let's stand together. Let's heal the land. God bless you. Keep the faith. Keep looking up.
Please welcome Delaware Senator Chris Coons.
Good evening, folks. Good evening, America. Good evening, Chicago. Are there any Democrats in the room tonight? Folks, we are on the verge of making history. We are on the verge of an historic election. And I want to talk with you for just a few minutes about my dear friend, our president, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's mom had a saying: "You are defined by your courage, and you are redeemed by your loyalty." 4 years ago, I had the honor of helping introduce Joe Biden to our national convention. I spoke about Joe's faith, his love of family, his determination to restore the soul of our nation. Back in 2020, America was nearly flat on our back from a deadly pandemic, an economic collapse, and then in January, an assault on our democracy. All of this, because the drama and chaos of our former president had knocked us down. But folks, Joe Biden's courage, Joe Biden's faith in us, Joe Biden's determination to heal the soul of our nation gave us hope and gave us confidence. Someone who has himself been knocked down by life time and again. Joe Biden knows the grit and determination of the American people. He believed in us, and Joe Biden helped us get back up again. Using the incredible skills he developed in many years in the U.S. Senate, Joe got passed and signed into law the most consequential legislation of any president in 60 years, helping our veterans, advancing gun safety, cutting prescription drug prices, fighting climate change, rebuilding bridges and broadband, bringing manufacturing back to America. Together, Joe and Kamala helped rebuild our economy from the middle up, from the bottom up, and the middle out, not from the top down. And they made our families safer and our country stronger at home and abroad. Today, we are so much better off because they believed in us, in our democracy. And our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, was at Joe's side every step of the way, fighting for education, advancing the cancer moonshot, determined to improve women's health care, honoring military families. Joe and Jill, together, you have done so much for us, and there's so much more you will do and we can do together. Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for elevating a great leader in Kamala Harris. Vice President Harris, thank you for choosing a great running mate with a heart for the middle class like yours in Sergeant, Congressman, Coach, Governor Tim Walz. I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? And it is in no small part because of Joe Biden. I have never known a more compassionate man than Joe Biden. I have never known a man who has taken from his own loss and his own faith and delivered so much for the future of so many others. Mr. President, you were my senator as a Delawarean. You are my president as an American, and you will always be my friend. On behalf of our nation, Joe, for your courage in fighting for our democracy, we thank you. On behalf of our Democratic Party, for your loyalty in fighting for our democratic values, we thank you. And on behalf of Delaware, thank you, Joe, and God bless you. We love you. We love Joe. We love Joe. We love Joe. We love Joe. Thank you all. We love Joe. God bless you, and thank you very much.
Hi,
Vivian Werewell, and I am a 4th grade student at Kristen McAuliffe. I've been bouncing around all week excited for this moment, and last night I could barely sleep. I remember the day that we heard that President Biden had won, and the whole neighborhood started celebrating. So when I heard you were coming, I really wanted to meet you. I adore you because you embrace change from my generation and the ones to come. I look up to you. Now it is my honor to introduce our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden.
Please welcome First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you too. Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years. And still, there are moments when I fall in love with him all over again. Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face. Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked. When he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day. Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs. Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself. Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility. Placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of office. And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris. With faith and conviction, Joe knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds, from service to the communities that make us who we are, from love of a country that shines with promise and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too. Our son, Beau, first worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General of Delaware. He told me at the dinner table one night, "Mom, she's special, someone to keep your eye on." And he was right. Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage, her determination, and her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win. And you are inspiring a new generation. We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves, and we are stronger than we know. The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter future, and love for our country, we will fight and we will win together. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome first daughter, Ashley Biden.
Good evening. I have this memory. It's the eve of my 8th birthday. Dad is still in D.C., tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Bo, and Hunter to get in the car. I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake, they sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to D.C. That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day, on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter. Joe Biden is the OG girl dad. He told me I could be anything and I could do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, and he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act. And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see, and he wasn't just a girl dad, I could see that he valued and trusted women. How he listened to his mother, how he believed in his sister, and most of all, how he respected my mother's career. Dad was always there, doing everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love. I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants, and by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him. Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said, that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend. His example in service inspired my career. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia. I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives. Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history. And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything. When Hunter and I lost our brother Beau to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours. And I know that Beau is here with us tonight, as he is always with us. After Beau passed, I got this tattoo on my wrist. It says, "Courage, dear heart." A reminder to myself to keep going, to get back up, like my dad has always done. He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous heart can heal a family. A courageous heart can heal a nation, and maybe even the world. And now, this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again. So tonight, I am asking you, if you stood with us in 2020, call upon your courageous heart. Stand with us today. Work harder than you have ever worked before in your life. This is the fight of our lifetime. Our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights. All of this, all of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this, because my dad helped show us the way. And now, I would like to introduce my father, your 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was my daughter. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for so. I tell you what. To my dearest daughter, Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thanks for that introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill. Who, as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me. She walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, boom, boom. You all will know me. No, I'm kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden. My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks. And America, I love you. Folks, let me ask you. Let me ask you. Are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America? Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States? My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was the city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue, clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you. And yet I believed then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us. Now it's summer. The winter has passed. And with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed. Democracy has delivered. And now democracy must be preserved. You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America. Old ghosts in new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions, stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God." That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant. That's when I realized, had listened to the admonition of my dead son, I could not stay in the sidelines. So I ran. because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. An America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor. An America where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us, more than any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy. As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back, to stand against hate and violence in all its forms, to be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity, demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming the nation that we profess to be. I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. I made a commitment to you that I be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue, because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America. And because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me. Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up and inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down. The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma. And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris. And now it's the law of the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month. The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saved? It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma. But look, well, thank you, Kamala, too. Look, folks, how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised Infrastructure Week every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing. But now, because of what Kamala and I have done, remember we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week. We're modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. We're removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. We're providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more. We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips, our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America. And over that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, that's being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree. Because of you and so many electeds out there, American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs right here in America, where jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America, the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class. It's been my view since I came to the Senate. And that's why I'm proud to have been the first president to walk a picket line and be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. It's a fact. Because when unions do well, we all do well. You got it, man. You got it. I agree. I'm proud. Look, remember we told we couldn't get anything done because we couldn't get anything done in the Congress? Well, with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind. Over $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBEW installing 500,000 charging stations all across America. And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-lined communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware, Route 9, all the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back. And how? How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world? Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it. Look at their Project 2025. They want to do away with the Department of Education. Well, during the pandemic, Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable. Increasing Pell Grants by $900. Over $15 billion to HBCUs. Minority service education, including Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges. We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they could get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy. It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth. We fundamentally transformed how our economy grows, from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. You know, my dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family, 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpop living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong. Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America? Well, guess what? America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than under Donald Trump. Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level of more than 50 years. And crime will keep coming down when we put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon. And folks, the distinguished senator from the C Senate from California and I passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked. If we care about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence. And what makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do, more children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States. More die from a bullet than cancer, accidents, or anything else in the United States of America. My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years. I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again. And demand universal background checks. It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad. Trump continues to lie about the border. Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States that we negotiated with the Senate Republicans. It took 4 weeks. Once it passed, and never acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history, he called senators to say, don't support the bipartisan bill, because he said it would help me politically and hurt him politically. My God. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true. Typically, Trump, once again, putting himself first and America last. Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America, poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more. And here's what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love. And your freedom to choose. In its decision overturning Roe v. Wade, as you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral or political power. No kidding. MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022. And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024. Watch. And where Trump and his mega Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman to the United States Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. The most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman of South Asian descent to serve as vice president. And will soon serve as the 47th president of the United States. She is good. Look. Thank you, Kamala. Folks, I've long said we have many obligations as a nation, but I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why I'm so proud to have written and signed the PACT Act, one of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits in Agent Orange. I was around during the Vietnam War. It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that their illness was a consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that is the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far. Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it, but guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country, he called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is? There's no words for a person. They are not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief, period. Not then, not now, and not ever. I mean that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down. When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total, than my counterparts or heads of state in Europe, to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO. 10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread, until now. Until now. Well, guess what? Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free. When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now. And we'll keep working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security to the Middle East. As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now. To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people, and finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war. Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides. Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history, but they're home. Kamala and I are going to keep working to bring all Americans wrongfully detained around the world home. I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down, that's not true. I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim president and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress, but we have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs at a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable, building 3 million new homes, providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer, more than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants a new tax on imported goods, food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax. No, it's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent. Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations and the very wealthy. Read it. Put us further in debt. And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%. If we just increase their taxes we proposed to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even, it would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years. They'd still be very wealthy. Look, Kamala and Tim are going to make them pay their fair share. They'll protect Social Security and Medicare. Trump wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your your right to vote. They'll protect your civil rights. And you know Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide. Oh, he will. You know, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect a Senate and a House to restore Roe v. Wade. The ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny. Character is destiny. For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Waltz are also people of great character. Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career. We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity, enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke. But she'll be a president our children can look up to. She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be a historic president who puts her stamp on America's future. This will be the first presidential election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole, that threat is still very much alive. Donald Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again. Think about that. He means it. Think about that. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words. And that he'll be a dictator on day one, in his own words. By the way, this sucker means it. No, I'm not joking. Think about it. Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, all of us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024. The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this. Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. That's because America is and always has been a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. So join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, and where my heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harrison Waltz has Cam ever seen. Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us, that captures the best of who we are as a nation. The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. In my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return with the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this from the bottom, give you my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it. Folks, we just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
An emotional moment for Joe Biden, Jill Biden, and frankly for Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff as well. Rhonda, you could tell what Kamala Harris was saying to Biden?
I mean, I can't confirm it, but from just reading her lips, it seemed like she said, "I love you," honestly, to Joe Biden when she hugged him. It does seem like a first and a second family that has an incredible rapport right now. We're seeing both sets of families hug each other, wave. The crowd also went wild when Harris came out and greeted the Biden family.
We were told this would not be a farewell speech by Joe Biden, that it would be like a tight 20 minutes.
Yeah.
It was not a tight 20 minutes. It lasted nearly an hour, really. And it was a farewell speech in many respects, James.
It was a valedictory, and it's frustrating because his aides were out there telling reporters earlier in the day this was not going to be a legacy speech. He wasn't going to dwell on his legacy. He was going to focus on Kamala Harris. So it does sort of raise questions because there was a lot of it was feisty. At times he sort of seemed angry as he was defending his legacy, touting his accomplishments, and it did feel like a farewell. And the emotion that we just saw on the stage where Biden is even hugging Doug Emhoff, it felt like that's Biden saying goodbye to his political career. It's sort of it almost felt like a gold watch strategy, when you're trying to get rid of them because they're old, and you give them a gold watch, and cheer them on and applaud them, but it's to get him to retire. That's how that whole event felt.
Let's go back to Jorge Ribas, who's here in the United Center. He's been talking to delegates. Jorge.
Hey, Libby. So I'm just outside on the concourse, and I'm here with Lenore and Rosa from Texas. And Lenore, what did you think how do you think the speech went? I know you were very excited. You have the "We Love Joe" signs. Tell me about how you thought the speech went.
Oh, I think he did fabulous. He hit all the major points and what he accomplished while being in office. So I thought he did wonderful. He did good.
Rosa, I'm asking, you know, obviously this party was in a very different place a month and a half ago. How are you feeling about the change from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris? What are your thoughts on that?
It's rejuvenated. We're very thankful for the president for his service and everything that he has done. But I think also what we needed a way to get to the youth, to bring them in, to get them excited, to get them motivated, and to understand the issues that are happening, and for them to understand that they have a voice. It's very important, because us older people will go, but we need to be able to mentor them and to help them understand and to groom them to grow to be our next politicians.
Lenore, you were talking to me earlier, and you said that you weren't thrilled about how it all went down, but you're happy of where it is now. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Well, I just think that I went in supporting Biden, and I stayed a supporter until he relinquished the war. That's what it should be. But now with Kamala, it's fantastic, and she's great. And I supported the ticket when it was her, when it was Biden and Harris. I'm supporting Harris.
Are you here all 4 nights? Are you looking forward to? What do you want to hear from her when she speaks on Thursday?
Think our future. What she's going to talk about is our future and how she sees things progressing, and they will progress under her administration.
Great. Thank you, Lenore. Thank you, Rosa. Libby, back to you upstairs.
Thank you so much, Jorge. I appreciate that. You know, I do want to point out there was a protest on the floor, and we've certainly been watching for this. We saw somebody unfurl a banner that said, "Stop arming Israel." And from our perspective, we could hear the yells and the shouts from the protesters. But over that, the crowd around them drowned out that sound by chanting, "We love Joe. We love Joe," which was something being chanted periodically. And then we noticed that the venue shut off the lights in that area. The protest was ended. I couldn't see if they were escorted out, but our reporting says that they were. And then I saw somebody yank the flag out of their hands and toss it away. So that, just to give you a sense of it, there were moments here tonight of people trying to break through this, but really not able to, really drowned out by the broader unity in this room, Rhonda.
Out for moments like that, so they were prepared to, counteract. Interesting enough, if you think about it, the delegates that are here are the delegates that would have been here for the DNC had it been Biden as the nominee on Thursday. So this is his base. These are the people who love him. They respect what he's done. So these were the cheerleaders that were going to protect him tonight if anything happened. Just to note this, so he started at 10:25, or he came on stage at 10:25 Central local time. I counted about a full 5 minutes of applause from this group. And I almost thought for a second he was not going to be able to start because the applause and the chants just kept going. So again, the enthusiasm for him and to hear from him tonight was already high coming into this. And, you would expect that people were ready to take on anyone who was going to detract from that.
It was emotional. We saw the president dabbing his eyes after his daughter Ashley introduced him. Hunter Biden was standing backstage with his dad watching his sister introduce him, and you could see Biden was dabbing his eyes. It was a very emotional farewell. It is striking. You're right. I mean, these were Biden delegates. These are people who voted for him in the primary. A lot of what he said was what he was saying on the campaign trail up until he dropped out. The touting his record, making the case against Donald Trump. He almost sounded like a vice presidential nominee at times, who play the attack dog role, going after Trump, explaining why Trump had to be stopped. It was striking how long he talked about his own record before he really pivoted to saying picking Kamala Harris was the first major decision I made, and it was the best decision that I made. And when people were saying, "Thank you, Joe," he would say, "Thank Kamala," which was, I thought, a nice touch. I think the headline, though, tonight is going to be, America, I gave my best to you. That's clearly the message that he wanted to leave. And it is that valedictory, I gave it my all. and that did feel like a farewell, even though he's president for 5 more months.
President, and also think about he was in the Senate he was one of the longest serving U.S. senators, I think at 30 plus years, 35, 36 years. So again, this is sort of the swan song for his entire political career. So, it would almost make sense that someone would be emotional giving this type of speech,
absolutely
knowing this is the last moment you're likely going to be in front of your party.
Well, even if he does give a farewell address later, he will never again have the size of this crowd, the emotion of this crowd, the fervor and enthusiasm of this crowd, and all the eyeballs on him. Now, a programming note, they went way over time. They blew their clock, and that's a minor disaster for the Democrats, because what they lost was a lot of eyeballs, right? Because they could not keep to a time. And we'll see if they can sort of get their organizational plan a little more in order for the rest of the week. And for more on what is to come, let's go to Rich Matthews. Rich, what's on the agenda for tomorrow, which will be night 2 of the convention?
Look, expect a major sea change starting tomorrow, night 2 of the convention. The party wanted to pay tribute to Joe Biden. They did that tonight, but they also want and need to introduce Americans to what a Harris-Walz administration will do for them. And that leads perfectly to tomorrow night's theme, which is a bold vision for America's future. We all know Barack Obama is speaking tomorrow night, so I'm just going to skip right over that. But also former First Lady Michelle Obama will speak, herself the author of several memorable speeches at conventions, and that is going to put the spotlight right on Doug Emhoff. Emhoff, of course, the second gentleman. He's the first man to ever hold that title. He's also the first Jewish person to ever be married to a sitting president or vice president. You just mentioned the protest, in the room. He has been an outspoken critic of anti-Semitism as one of his platforms, even before the January attacks in Israel and the Palestine-Israel conflict. Not a whole lot's known about him outside of Washington nationally, so this will be quite a big stage for him to give his first major speech on. But, to sum it up, I expect not only tomorrow night, Libby, but the whole rest of the week to really focus on forward with Harris and Walz, as opposed to Joe Biden and Harris. It's just a fact that a lot of the Biden-Harris policies were not popular, are seen as unsuccessful. There are a lot of issues that are seen as failures for the Democrats right now, and they will be looking at what they can do to encourage voters to vote for Kamala Harris and Walz the rest of this way.
All right, Rich Matthews, thank you. JM Rieger, let's go to you in Washington for this really pivot moment and how Democrats chose to use the first night of their convention. It was sort of a smorgasbord of topics and speakers. It ultimately built up to a thank you and big applause, as Rhonda said, that went on for many, many minutes, a literal applause for Joe Biden. What other threads, though, do you take away from this night?
I mean, let's just start with Biden, right? This was a speech that in some ways he planned until a month ago, but very well could have been given on the final night of the convention, right? The speech ran almost 50 minutes. That's how long final convention speeches usually happen. And by comparison, in 2020, his speech to the Democratic convention, which was virtual that year because of COVID, was only 24 minutes, so half the time, right? He obviously wanted to tick off his accomplishments. We heard him bring in Vice President Harris and attributing those accomplishments to her in some ways more than we had heard previously in his stump speeches. But I thought it was notable how much it seemed like there was love in the room among Democrats for Biden, more love than we've heard from Democrats for some time now for Biden, at least the last few weeks, few months here. So that's a notable sea shift there. I think, Democrats across the board, as you mentioned, Libby, we're really trying to set up a kind of stark choice in contrast with Trump. And we heard them bring up what they perceive as the negatives of what a second Trump administration would be, talking about COVID, talking about reproductive health, talking about the chaos during Trump's first term. We heard speaker after speaker kind of hit on those sort of themes throughout the night, whether that was a personal sort of story that was coming up, whether that was someone like AOC or Hillary Clinton or Jamie Raskin talking about those issues, right? We heard those come up throughout the night. But at the end of the day, this was really a pass the torch night. I think Democrats mostly accomplished that, even going a little over schedule, as you mentioned. And this does set them up where, you now have 3 nights that are going to be focused on Harris and Walz, which is what Democrats wanted to do to seemingly carry the momentum through. We know that the enthusiasm has really picked up among the Democratic base with Harris atop the ticket now. So now the mission for Democrats is to really harness that and get them through, at this point, not only through this week, but to have that carry them through post-Labor Day to the final stretch of the election.
All right, thank you, JM. Rhonda, final thoughts from you as we close out tonight.
A lot of content.
Head to day 2.
Today, so what will tomorrow bring? I just want to underscore something James said. It did seem as if Biden was also speaking to his critics, that this might be the only time he can speak to the folks who said he could not carry this ticket any longer. You notice that there were no slip-ups. There were no, wrong words or anything. He was ready for this moment, and he was going to make this the end of his time in front of his own party. He was fired up. He almost reminded me of the Joe Biden we've covered, in previous races. But I think he also wanted to speak to those who were critical of him being at the top of the ticket. But overall, the people behind us who have now just cleared out very quickly, they remained incredibly enthusiastic the entire time. Even though it's been a long day for us, the delegates still seem fired up.
I will say that was different than when Donald Trump spoke at his convention. There was like weariness in the crowd. Now it was night 4 and they'd been at it for many days, but there was a real weariness. I did not detect a weariness here from this audience, even though it's late at night, programming ran long, Joe Biden had a long address. I didn't sense any of that.
Seems like they're ready to go to a party. Yeah. That's what it seemed like. So,
well, they may be too late for the parties because Democrats did not keep time. James, final thoughts from you.
Yeah, to your point, Nancy Pelosi was there in the crowd saying, we love Joe, holding the sign, and she was obviously played such an instrumental role. What I was struck by
instrumental role in having
getting
him step down from the election.
Yes.
Yeah.
You mentioned the lack of gaffes or mistakes. I think the moment that I realized the debate was a disaster for Joe Biden back on June 27th was that I think it was only 9 minutes in when he said, we finally beat, and then he paused and said Medicare. And tonight he got the riff that he had clearly rehearsed for that debate just right. He nailed it. He said, we finally beat Big Pharma to protect Medicare.
And he got a huge applause in this room.
Yeah.
And he had a teleprompter, and that is the difference. And he was able to deliver the message he wanted to deliver. And the words weren't there the night that he needed them. And tonight I think was part of making that case that he wasn't able to make for himself at the debate. And honestly, in the weeks that followed, when calls were mounting, when maybe there was still a way he could have held off pressure to step aside, but tonight he got to deliver the message on his terms. Obviously, he would have preferred to do it on Thursday night, but I'm not sure that speech was all that different than the speech would have been if he was accepting the nomination.
So true. Well, thank you so much, James, Rhonda, JM, and everyone else. President Biden used his moment in the spotlight tonight to call on Americans to vote for his vice president, Kamala Harris. And as we watch the torch passed on night 1 of the Democratic convention, the focus squarely shifts now to Kamala Harris and her running mate, Tim Walz. We will be live tomorrow and each night as the Democrats convene here in Chicago. So please do tune in on the Washington Post website and on YouTube. Thank you so much for watching. Good night.
I am your warrior. I am your justice. I am your retribution.
I took on perpetrators of all kinds. I know Donald Trump's type.
The 2024 election is in full swing. For every key campaign moment, the Washington Post is there, bringing you live coverage with insight and analysis. From landmark Supreme Court decisions to the sentencing of Donald Trump. We'll be on location reporting live from the Republican and Democratic national conventions and the presidential and vice presidential debates. It all leads up to our 2024 election night special, providing real-time race calls, live updates from our reporters on the ground, monitoring the pivotal races that will determine the balance of power in Washington and the future of our country. No one covers politics and elections like the Washington Post, because democracy dies in darkness.